Chapter 591. If either of you dare to pull the trigger, I will cut off the arm that fired the shot at the same time as the bullet is fired, in the blink of an eye, or rather, in the blink of an eye. Fang Yan had already rushed out and chopped off one of the shooter's arms. And it was the arm that fired the shot. If he said to hit the left side of your face, he would never hit the right side. If he said to cut off the hand that fired the gun, he would never cut off the hand that fired the airplane. It had to be said that Fang Yan's way of showing off was quite intimidating. Fang Yan's speed was too fast, so fast that it was hard for the eyes to follow his movements. Except for Bai Xiu, who was lying on the ground and being stepped on, it was hard for the others to keep up with his pace. This was the difference in strength, and this was the suppression of realms. Without Bai Xiu, the thorn in his side, Fang Yan felt a lot happier, and his life was a lot better. Bang! The bullet that the green cat shot out with the Proud World pistol hit the trunk of a big tree, and the bullet drilled a deep hole in the tree trunk. There was a short silence, and then a loud bang was heard. The trunk of the big tree broke in the middle and exploded. The living wood scattered everywhere. The whole tree was blown into the sky, and the broken branches and leaves rustled. Crack, crack. When they landed, they were still dismembered in the air, and the huge head was scattered into countless small branches. If it hit a human body, blood and flesh would fly, and it would be a mess. It had to be said that the Proud pistol was indeed powerful. It was similar to the attack power of a miniature rocket launcher. And it was more accurate than a rocket launcher. Pa! This was the sound of Green Cat's hand and the Proud pistol falling to the ground. Fang Yan's sword was very artistic. It cut off the shoulder bone and separated from the body. When it fell off, Green Cat didn't feel anything strange. He even wanted to pull the trigger and shoot a second bullet. However, even though his brain had issued the order, his arm couldn't carry it out. Green Cat didn't feel pain until his arm fell to the ground. Blood gushed out like a red fountain. Ah! The green cat opened its mouth and screamed. Only then did he feel the pain. It was a heart-wrenching pain. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have fainted on the spot. Green Cat, are you all right? Mouse's eyes stared at Fang Yan without blinking, and the Proud World pistol in his hand was aimed at Fang Yan's head without moving. His expression was ferocious, and he looked at Fang Yan with murderous eyes. He and the Green Cat were both members of the Jiang family. They were guards specially trained by the Jiang family to protect the important members of the family. They only had code names and no names, but their lives were closely linked to the rise and fall of the Jiang family. Not only them, but also their children and grandchildren, they were all part of the general's family. The Jiang family had dug them out and nurtured them. The Jiang family gave them everything, and they only needed to offer their abilities and loyalty. It was precisely because of their status as members of the Jiang family that they disliked the people around Jiang Junling. If you've read Zhen Yan's biography, you'll understand that there are fights between masters, and there are also fights between servants. No one has an easy life. Mouse and the Green Cat were the bodyguards assigned by the Jiang family to Jiang Junling, so they could only be Jiang Junling's people for the rest of their lives. Emotionally, they were as close as brothers. Now that the Green Cat's arm was cut off, Mouse really wanted to shoot. When the bullets exploded and the Green Cat screamed, everyone's eyes were attracted to them. Mouse really wanted to shoot Fang Yan's head. He didn't dare to move, and he didn't dare to be careless. Fang Yan was indeed a man who could do what he said. He said that if anyone dared to shoot, he would cut off the shooter's arm, and he really did it. Just like he said, I've lived for more than 10 years, and I've never lied to anyone. He really wasn't a person who liked to lie. But, what if? What if after he shot, not only did he not kill Fang Yan, but he also got one of his arms cut off like the Green Cat? Mouse was in pain and confused. In the hunter school in Africa, they mainly learned marksmanship. They felt that modern warfare was mainly about money and technology, and a high-performance pistol was enough to conquer the world. Didn't they say the same thing? No matter how good your martial arts is, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. No matter how sharp the kitchen knife is, you'll be killed by a gun. Which son of a bitch said this? Mouse thought angrily in his heart. He felt that he was cheated. Mouse felt wronged. He used to think that those people with knives and swords couldn't keep up with the times, but now he realized that he couldn't keep up with the speed of others. Kill him, quickly kill him, the green cat screamed. Because the pain made him lose his mind, he wished that someone could cut off his head. Living was much harder than dying. As the green cat screamed, he picked up the Aoshi pistol from the ground again. He used his only left hand to grab the pistol, and once again raised it to shoot. Screech, another silhouette flashed by. The gun didn't fire, and the bullet didn't come out. However, the green cat's other arm also fell to the ground. Kill. The green cat didn't even get to finish his sentence before falling to the ground. Fang Yen stood still with the thunderclap sword in his hand. The tip of the sword was stained with blood, but Fang Yan's foot was still on Bai Xiu's face. Bai Xiu laughed and said, "These people are no match for you, killing them is as easy as flipping your hand. However, I like to see you kill people. Only a serious man has a future. When you kill people, you're much more likable than when you're smiling. Fang Yan, kill me. I'm the person who killed your father. As long as I'm alive, you won't be able to forgive yourself. Don't you want to avenge your father? Don't be impatient." Fang Yan smiled and said. "Do you think I don't want to kill you? If Phoenix wasn't in their hands, I would have already crushed your head with my foot. It's still early, don't you like to see me kill people? Then open your eyes wide and watch carefully, watch how I take care of each of them. Tonight, I'll let you watch to your heart's content. You still don't have the courage." Bai Xiu sighed lightly. An opponent like this is truly disappointing. Fang Yan's foot began to exert force, deforming Bai Xiu's face. Yes, just like that, because his face was deformed and his mouth was dislocated, Bai Xiu's voice had become indistinct. "Use a bit more force, just a bit more force, and I'll be dead." Bam! Xiu Mu threw a punch. A huge pit immediately appeared next to the boulder that the phoenix was lying on. Rubble flew everywhere, and it looked as if the phoenix, who was sleeping on the boulder, was going to be buried alive. "Fang Yan brat, I'll say it one last time, move your foot, otherwise, I'll smash her into a meat patty," Xiu Mu cursed. He rushed over and dragged Phoenix up from the boulder. Phoenix's body was so weak that she couldn't stand up at all. Xiu Mu grabbed Phoenix's neck with one hand, using the strength of his arm to support his body. He stared at Fang Yan mockingly and said, "Just now, this little whore begged for mercy and blocked my sword for you. You must feel terrible, right? If she dies in front of you like this, you'll blame yourself for the rest of your life, right? But it doesn't matter, there are too many cruel and unscrupulous men in this world, one more won't make a difference." Fang Yan calmly looked at Xiu Mu and said, "You're using her to threaten me. What do you want me to do? Cripple my own martial arts? Or tie myself up, kneel in front of you, and let you chop off my head?" Xiu Mu was dumbfounded. He did whatever he wanted, and hadn't thought of using Phoenix to threaten Fang Yan at all. He wasn't a qualified kidnapper, and he hadn't even thought of the conditions and lines for negotiation. "If I don't die, she won't die. If I die, she'll die with me. I'm sure you won't keep her alive. The more dangerous the situation, the more you must remain calm." This was a message that Imo Qingdi had passed on to him. He had defeated Bai Xiu, but the situation was still very disadvantageous to him. Bai Xiu was a good card in his hand, but Phoenix's life was in the hands of someone else. What kind of choice should he make? Because Phoenix had betrayed him, he could use Phoenix's life to exchange for Bai Xiu's words. In that case, he could avenge his father as he wished. However, Phoenix had betrayed him, and she had also saved him. It's hard to make a choice, isn't it? An old voice reached Fang Yan's ears. Fang Yan could clearly sense that the voice wasn't coming from his surroundings, but from a faraway place. However, he could hear it very clearly, as if an old man was speaking and sighing in his ears, using qi to condense the spirit and not disperse for a long time. The person speaking, his inner force cultivation should have reached the realm of transcendent, right? Who are you? Fang Yan shouted in a stern voice. Who are you? Do you really want to see me? The old voice once again sounded in Fang Yan's ears. Fang Yan had a bad feeling. He could feel the danger. It was a natural reaction to being coveted by a powerful and ferocious animal. The hairs on his body stood on end, and a fine layer of goosebumps appeared on the surface of his skin. His heart of Taiji spun again, automatically activating the first layer of protection. Fang Yan was a little regretful. Why did he ask, "Who are you?" Wouldn't it be better to pretend that he didn't hear what he said? Are you afraid of me? Before Fang Yan could answer, the old voice once again sounded in Fang Yan's ears. Chapter 592. Have you ever had this kind of experience? When your schedule is already full, there are still all kinds of beautiful women with long legs, fair skin, big breasts, and round buttocks calling you to ask you out for coffee? I know you haven't had this kind of experience, I'm just asking. But Fang Yan had this kind of trouble. He felt like he was being harassed by countless ugly women, he was stepping on by Xiao. He had just cut off one of Green Cat's arms, and the men he had to face next were Rat, Xiao Mu, Diablo, and Sword Monarch. He was speechless, his time was really tight. Now, there was an old man with an ugly voice who wanted to cut the line to see you. How would you feel? I'm not afraid of you, Fang Yan was furious and said to the old man, I just don't have time to see you. Fang Yan praised himself for being quick-witted. He felt that his answer was decent and perfect. Even when he rejected others, he revealed a sense of superiority. Not everyone could have such a flexible and ever-changing style of speech. Fang Yan didn't want to see the old man who could condense qi to communicate. If that person wasn't your grandfather, who would want to see an old man? At least, not at this time. Whoosh, or rather, there was no whoosh. It was so sudden, so abruptly, that a figure suddenly appeared in front of Fang Yan. The figure was covered in a gray robe. His face couldn't be seen, and his figure couldn't be seen clearly. He was like an illusory person, a ghostly shadow. It was as if one could pass through his body just by touching it with their hands. His body blurred for a few seconds before slowly becoming solid. Fang Yan still couldn't see his face clearly, but he knew that he was an old man. He could feel the old man's aura. I don't think so, the gray-robed man said with a smile. Isn't it just killing a few people? How long would it take? In his eyes, Xiao Mu and Diablo were just a few ants. How long would it take to crush them? Whoosh, another figure appeared in front of Fang Yan. No, a naked man appeared in front of Fang Yan. Fang Yan recognized this naked man. Just as he was about to greet him and mock him, the naked man acted as if he didn't see him. He turned to look at the gray-robed man and said, You said that you wouldn't make a move tonight. That's what I said. The gray-robed man looked at the martial addict and nodded. But now you want to make a move, Ho Zhendong, the martial maniac, accused. You didn't keep your word. You broke your oath. I only said that I won't do anything tonight, I didn't swear, the gray-robed man sly tried to explain himself. Besides, even if I swear, what's the punishment for breaking the oath? 3 cups as punishment? Or do you want to eat meat? You can't do this, I said I won't make a move because I think that kid Bai Xiu will definitely win. But since Bai Xiu actually lost, I naturally have to make a move. You're a senior, a famous person, the martial fanatic said awkwardly. What's said is like spilled water, how can you take it back? Who said spilled water can't be taken back? The gray-robed man coldly laughed. Why don't you pour a basin of water out and see if I can get it back? If spilled water can be taken back, what's wrong with changing my mind? Having lived to my age and status, I can say whatever I want, I can do whatever I want, who can stop me? The gray-robed man looked up at the martial addict's body and scoffed, You're one of the 7 fanatics of Huaxia, yet you run around with your butt bare, when did you ever care about your reputation? During his battle with Fang Yan, the clothes on the martial addict's body were all burnt away. That's why he's still naked right now. The martial addict hurriedly put his hand over his chest. After a bit of thought, he put his hand over his crotch. After a bit of thought, he put one hand over his chest, the other over his crotch. He was so ashamed that he wanted to die. Originally, Fang Yan harbored hatred towards martial arts fanatic. If it weren't for this old fellow's scheme to frame him, repeatedly provoking him, and his superb performance, how would he have been tricked to the summit of one sword peak by him, exhausted all his energy in a fierce battle, and almost stabbed to death by that shameless fellow, Bai Xiu? But now, seeing how he tried so hard to persuade the grey-robed man not to make a move, he felt a bit of goodwill towards him. This guy wasn't a good person, but he wasn't so bad that he had no bottom line. Furthermore, he had something he was willing to protect and hold on to. This was something he and Fang Yan had in common. Fang Yan originally planned to have a good fight with Hou Zhendong, the martial arts maniac, after settling the matter of one sword peak. He would shoot him dead when he was not paying attention. Fang Yan's heart softened. Cutting off his arms, legs, and the middle part of his life should be enough. Leave a way out, and you'll drink later. Fang Yan couldn't bear to see the martial addict's embarrassment, so he stared at the grey-robed man with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through the black cloak to see his current expression and face. Going back on his words, how did such a shameless guy get to where he is today? Who are you? Fang Yan asked again. Brat, are you sure you want to know who I am? The grey-robed man chuckled. If you know who I am, you won't be able to leave one sword peak tonight. Fang Yan pointed his sword at Bai Xiu, who was still under his feet, and said, that's what he said earlier, but now, he's under my feet, and I'm holding his sword in my hand. The grey-robed man laughed. He laughed wantonly, and laughed to his heart's content. He really did find this to be funny. It's been so many years since someone dared to threaten me so openly. In this world, how many people are worthy of being my opponent? Do you think I'll end up like him? Of course you won't, Fang Yan smiled. You're worse off than him, brat, you want to die. The grey-robed man struck out with his palm. Fang Yan wanted to raise his hand to parry, but the palm had already reached his chest. Bam! Taking this strike head-on, Fang Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. His chi flow was disrupted, his blood was boiling. His internal organs were in turmoil, his chest felt like it was being crushed by a boulder, making it hard for him to move. The grey-robed man's cultivation was indeed high, his palm strike almost took Fang Yan's life. Fortunately, Fang Yan had the Taiji heart to protect his body, so before the black-robed man made his move, they had already begun to spin. When the black-robed man struck out with his palm, Fang Yan didn't even have time to counterattack, but the Taiji heart reacted, instantly sending a majestic aura to the place where the palm struck, protecting Fang Yan's vitals. Otherwise, the grey-robed man's palm strike would have shattered Fang Yan's chest. Fang Yan's body leaned back a little, but he quickly regained his standing posture. His right foot had been stepping on Bai Xiu's head. This was a small hobby of his. The grey-robed man looked at Fang Yan with a puzzled expression, asking, that palm didn't kill you? I don't think this is something to be proud of. Fang Yan stared at the grey-robed man cautiously, worried that he would attack again without any warning. This old man's attack speed was too fast, even I can't keep up with him. I wonder who in this world is his match. Fang Yan felt very sad. He couldn't remember offending such an expert. Why do they always have to make life difficult for me? Aside from my handsome appearance, I'm not that outstanding in any other aspect. Why do they all like Bai Xiu? When I struck out, I actually felt a rebounding force. The grey-robed man's voice was low. He looked at Fang Yan and said, you are too young. In my eyes, you are just a weak child. Just like those other children, a single palm strike would be enough to crush you to a pulp. But I have to admit, you are an expert, a genius, or, in other words, a miracle that people often talk about. The Taiji heart is indeed a mysterious and marvelous martial art, but unfortunately, it fell into your hands. Comprehending the light of Taiji in one night, mastering the Taiji twin fish, and endlessly growing qi in your body, to have such a cultivation at such a young age, no wonder the martial fanatic loves you and doesn't want to kill you. Fang Yan glanced at the martial fanatic, who was still covering his chest and crotch with both hands, and said, "Brat, if I were you, I would think of a way to escape, run as far as I can. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Do you understand?" Fang Yan smiled and nodded, saying, "But with the current situation, even if I wanted to escape, I wouldn't be able to, right?" The martial fanatic sighed, then looked at the gray-robed man and said, "How about, I owe you another favor, and you let this brat go?" The gray-robed man looked at Fang Yan and said, "Since the martial fanatic is begging for mercy again, I can give you another chance. Let go of the brat under your feet, and I'll let you go." Fang Yan wanted to refuse, but the gray-robed man waved his hand to stop him, saying, "Young man, don't be in such a hurry, wait for this old man to finish. I'm not forcing you to agree to my request, I'm actually hoping that you will refuse. You can kill Bai Xiu, then I'll kill you and that girl called Phoenix. Your choice, is there a third choice?" Fang Yan asked. The gray-robed man slightly raised his head, looking at Fang Yan like he was an idiot. "What does he think I am? A vegetable vendor who can bargain with me?" "Don't be angry, I was just asking casually." Fang Yan smiled and said. "What if you think that it's a good idea for me to stomp Bai Xiu to death, then let me and Phoenix go." "I don't like talkative young men." The gray-robed man looked at Fang Yan and said, "What's your choice?" The martial fanatic desperately signaled to Fang Yan, telling him to quickly let go of Bai Xiu and leave with Phoenix. Bai Xiu was already a cripple, couldn't he just find a chance to kill him? Fang Yan nodded at the martial fanatic, then looked at the gray-robed man and said, "I refuse." Chapter 593. I refuse. Fang Yan said. "That's your final decision?" The man in gray looked up at Fang Yan with a hint of a smile in his eyes. But the smile was very cold as an ice sculpture in a land of extreme coldness. Just a glance was enough to make people shiver. "Fang Yan, you idiot, do you know what you're doing?" The martial addict was so angry that he stomped his feet and waved his arms, forgetting to cover the fat on his chest. "I finally gave you a chance to live, why are you wasting it like this?" "I refuse, just like how I refused to run away when the Qianya military department came to challenge me, even though I knew I couldn't win," Fang Yan said. "I refuse, just like how I refused to compromise when I knew I was up against a powerful enemy that could take my life at any time. I refuse the cowardice and fear in my heart. Because after this, I'm worried that there will be a next time. I refuse the pity and charity of the enemy. I want to live, but I can also die. I refuse Fang Hui's grandson to surrender to the enemy. Because my grandfather said that the men of the Fang family must never surrender. His grandfather's grandfather never surrendered, his grandfather's father never surrendered. His grandfather never surrendered, his grandfather's son never surrendered, and his grandfather's grandson can't surrender either. I refuse Fang Yixing's son to spare the life of the killer. The hatred of my father's death is irreconcilable. Nothing can stop my desire for revenge." Fang Yan stared at the man in gray with a knife-like gaze and said with a clear voice, "I refuse. I refuse to spare Bai Xiu, this is my final decision." The martial addict's mouth was slightly open, his eyes wide as he stared at the proud and righteous Fang Yan. So words can be said like this. Acting cool can be done like this. Knowledgeable people are truly scary. The martial addict sighed in his mind. If that's the case, the man in gray stared at Fang Yan like needles and said, "Why haven't you made your move yet? Bai Xiu is already lying under your feet. You only need to raise your foot to stomp on his head and kill him neatly. Why haven't you done anything yet?" "Because I've always had a fluke in my heart." Fang Yan answered truthfully. "Just now, I wanted to kill Bai Xiu, but I also wanted to save myself and the Phoenix's lives. As long as there was a chance, I wanted to get the best of both worlds. This is human nature. But from the moment you appeared, I had already made up my mind. If my chances of escaping are slim, then I'll choose to kill by Xiu. Young man, do you know that there are many things where reality and ideals are very different? The gray-robed man chuckled. You want him dead, and I want him to live. Tell me, is he dead or alive? Fang Yan did not answer the gray-robed man's question. It was a difficult question to answer. If he wanted to kill Bai Xiu, he had to kill him. But this gray-robed man wanted Bai Xiu to live. He would save Bai Xiu, and the best way to save Bai Xiu was to kill him. Fang Yan knew that because of his refusal, this gray-robed man already had the intention to kill him. Fang Yan stared at the gray-robed man without blinking. Fang Yan was preparing to exert force on his foot. As long as he exerted force and sank the qi in his dantian, he could easily kill Bai Xiu with the internal force in his body even without lifting his foot. But when he did this, he would give the gray-robed man an opportunity. In the eyes of an expert, your every move, every glance, every breath could be an opportunity to attack. Fang Yan did not know who the gray-robed man was, but he knew very well that this was the most powerful enemy he had ever met. The smile on the gray-robed man's face froze, only staring sharply at Fang Yan in front of him. The martial fanatic felt that a great battle was about to break out, so he opened his mouth to say something. The gray-robed man coldly said, everything should be done in moderation. If you still remember who gave you a second life, the martial fanatic sighed, then turned around to leave the battlefield. He understood that his efforts were unnecessary. Whether it was Fang Yan or the gray-robed man, they were both extremely proud and stubborn people. If they had their own thoughts, they wouldn't be easily swayed by others. Young man, you are very talented, the fastest growing person I've ever seen. The gray-robed man looked at Fang Yan and said, you are also very courageous, why don't you try again? Fang Yan did not say anything, only trying his best to keep his breathing even. He stood like a statue, a fortress without any flaws in defense. The gray-robed man shook his head and said, you're wrong. Tai Chi emphasizes defense, not offense, but both your grandfather and Mo Qingdi, they both emphasize offense, not defense. In the same vein, offense is your greatest advantage. Unfortunately, you gave up on that. As the gray-robed man spoke, his body had already disappeared. Bam! His palm struck Fang Yan's chest, sending Fang Yan's body flying. One step too late again. As Fang Yan saw the gray-robed man's body disappear, Fang Yan also made a counterattack. He struck out with his palm, wanting to take the gray-robed man's palm head-on. The best result would be to also strike him, but it was too slow. As soon as his palm struck out, his body had already been sent flying. Crack! Fang Yan's body smashed heavily onto a branch that was as thick as a bull's mouth, breaking it into two. Fang Yan's body leaned against the lower half of the tree trunk. He breathed heavily to calm his roiling qi and blood, as well as his severely displaced internal organs. Blood once again flowed from the corner of his mouth, but it was much better than the first time he was hit. This time, he was prepared in advance. But he was still unable to block the gray-robed man's attack. Fang Yan waited until his body was a little more comfortable. When the Taiji heart in his body started to spin again, he once again walked towards the gray-robed man. The gray-robed man stood beside Bai Xiu, who was lying at his feet. The difference was that he did not use his foot to step on Bai Xiu's head. Fang Yan strode towards the gray-robed man. He wanted to snatch Bai Xiu back. He did not care who Bai Xiu was, he only remembered that he was the enemy who killed his father. The gray-robed man's eyes turned cold. Fang Yan's unyielding and unappreciative attitude made him feel despised. Without any movement, his body disappeared again. He struck out with his palm again, aiming for Fang Yan's chest. Fang Yan stretched out his hand to block, he caught it. He felt a round force coming from the front. Bang! Fang Yan's chest was hit again, and his body flew backward again. His palm hit nothing but air. When he felt that his palm was about to touch the gray-robed man's palm, the gray-robed man suddenly changed his move. The round force he came into contact with was only the shadow of the palm. The real move had deceived his eyes and hit his chest. Whoosh, whoosh, Fang Yan's body slid on the ground, smashing countless branches, grass, and protruding rocks along the way. Clang, Fang Yan's body slammed into a large rock, and his body came to a halt with difficulty. Fang Yan lay there motionlessly. After sensing his body's condition, he got up from the ground again. He took the initiative to walk towards the gray-robed man, taking the initiative to attack. Fang Yan felt that the gray-robed man's words were very reasonable. Although Taiji emphasized defense and not offense, both his grandfather and his senior brother, Mo Qingdi, emphasized offense and not defense. Since they were of the same origin, offense was the greatest advantage of Fang clan's Taiji. Fang Yan wanted to take the initiative to attack. He didn't know what the best outcome would be, but he knew what the worst outcome would be. Fang Yan, give up, martial fanatic tried to stop him. Even if Mo Qingdi was at his peak, he wouldn't necessarily be able to win against him. You're still too young. Did Mo Qingdi retreat? Fang Yan asked. No, martial fanatic Marquis Zhendong gloomily replied. Was this the reason why Mo Qingdi was one of the 3 divine dragons in his prime, even though he was only one of Huaxia's 7 fanatics? They knew what the best choice was, but they were willing to try the most difficult path. When facing a powerful opponent, they would never give up. Was this the secret to their success? I won't either. Fang Yan let the blood flow from the corner of his mouth as he dove down, taking the initiative to rush towards the phantom-like gray-robed man. Whoosh! Fang Yan used drunken crane riding the wind, the most mysterious and most difficult movement technique to grasp. In a strange state, he rushed to the back of the gray-robed man and slammed his palm into the middle of his back. Tai Chi palm, controlling the Tai Chi, giving rise to endless variations. Too slow, the gray-robed man suddenly turned around and spoke with a mocking and sympathetic tone. Then he struck with his palm, striking first despite being the second to strike. Bam! Fang Yan's chest was hit again, and his body flew into the air again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, creating a small rain of blood in the air. Clang clang, Fang Yan's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep pit in the hard ground. From this, it could be seen just how powerful the gray-robed man's palm strike was. Even when Fang Yan used his own body to block most of the force, there was still a large amount of the remaining force that destroyed the ground. This time, the wound was so deep that Fang Yan only felt dizzy, stars flashing in his eyes. It was because of the dazzling stars in his eyes that Fang Yan knew for sure that he was still alive. Cough, 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 Fang Yan coughed violently. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The blood stained his mouth, his neck, and his ears, all the way into his ear hole. Fang Yan used his elbows and knees to push himself up from the ground. After the consecutive battles tonight, his clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and his face was stained with blood. Because of the pain, he could only bend his body slightly. But he still walked step by step toward the gray-robed man. My father's death cannot be in vain. Fang Yan wiped the blood and tears from the corner of his eyes, so that his eyes could see a little more clearly. With a cold and stubborn voice, he said, I won't either. Chapter 594. Fang Yan was not a fool. Just as Bai Xiu had said, in many people's eyes, Fang Yan was too smart, and he was not on the same path as them. This was also the reason why they were determined to get rid of him. However, at this moment, Fang Yan was doing something extremely stupid. Countless seniors had learned this lesson through blood and tears. If you can win, then fight. If you can't win, then run. If you can't run, then pretend to be dead. Fang Yan had always thought of this as his principle of doing things. However, when he was facing an absolute expert like the gray-robed man, he tossed the words of a senior to the back of his mind. In a moment of hot-headedness, he wanted to rush up and fight with his life on the line. He fell down again and got up again and again. The power of the gray-robed man's palm was very strong. Every time it hit Fang Yan's chest, it was like a huge hammer hitting him. If it weren't for the fact that Fang Yan's heart of Tai Chi always went to defend himself, Fang Yan's chest would have collapsed and he would have been beaten to death and knocked out. Bang! Fang Yan fell to the ground again. After struggling for a while, he climbed up from the pile of rocks with great difficulty. His head and face were covered in dust. Other than his blood-red eyes, which still shone with a strong and unyielding light, it was difficult to distinguish his facial features from the dust. Fang Yan straightened his body again and walked towards the man in the gray robe. His body was even more bent, and when he walked, he looked like a cooked shrimp. His body swayed, but every step he took was unusually firm. His eyes were fixed on his target, the man in gray who had sent him flying again and again. He only had one target, the man in gray who had taken away his father's killer, Bai Xiu, and was about to take his life. He knew that the man in gray was very strong. He knew that the man in gray had made a name for himself decades before him. He knew that the man in gray was one of the few experts in the world. He knew that even the old drunkard Mo Qingdi might not be able to block him, so what? Was that the reason for his retreat and escape? Besides, Fang Yan knew very well that although he did not know the identity of this gray-robed man, the fact that he had interfered to protect Bai Xiu at this time proved that he was the more powerful mastermind that Phoenix had mentioned. He held a dominant position in this assassination plot, or rather, a dominant position. Bai Xiu was his mortal enemy, and this gray-robed man was similarly his mortal enemy. If he begged for mercy this time, how would he face them next time? If he retreated this time, when would he be able to avenge his father? Based on Fang Yan's understanding of Bai Xiu, if he managed to escape this time, he would definitely conceal his identity and even disfigure himself so that no one would be able to find him again. Fang Yan had no choice but to persist, and he had no choice but to be an idiot. Quang, 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 because every step he took was very firm, his footsteps seemed very heavy. With every step Fang Yan took, rocks would be crushed and grass would ooze juice out of the ground. Whoosh, the gray-robed man's body disappeared. When he reappeared, his palm was aimed at Fang Yan's chest. There were no complicated movements, no shadows of palms filling the sky. It was just a simple, seemingly ordinary palm. Of course, the palm was so fast that it almost stopped one's breath. Bang! Just as the gray-robed man's palm was about to hit Fang Yan's chest, something strange happened. A fist appeared in front of his palm, and the fist arrived at lightning speed. It was the fist that Fang Yan had intercepted. Fang Yan had prepared countless times, and this time, he finally grasped the trajectory of the gray-robed man's palm. Boom! The palm and the fist collided, and the strong energy carried out a fierce battle. Crack, crack, the air was burned, and the space was torn apart. The palm and fist that collided could no longer be seen clearly. I blocked it, Fang Yan grinned. This was his ideal, his goal. He wanted to kill the gray-robed man with one punch, but of course, he knew that was impossible. Therefore, he only wanted to receive a palm strike from him. He wanted to fight head-on with his palm strike. Do you think you can block me like this? The gray-robed man's body became illusory again. Fang Yan knew that this was the natural reaction of the human body when his speed reached an extreme state. For example, in the American TV series The Flash, when the human body surpassed a certain law, there could be two real you. It could even run to the past and the future. Dream on. The gray-robed man's palm that collided with Fang Yan's fist suddenly increased its strength. Fang Yan also increased his strength at the same time. This was the use of the second drive. Normally, when a person punched, there would be a process of retracting and accumulating strength. But for these peerless experts, this process could be reduced or completely eliminated. They could keep using strength. Second drive. Third drive. Or even the legendary fourth drive. Boom, the two men's chi collided once again. Fang Yan's chest tightened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The gray-robed man's body trembled, and a pained expression appeared on his face. From the outside, the gray-robed man's palm and Fang Yan's fist never separated at all. It looked like the two of them were constantly competing with each other's internal energy. But the gray-robed man and Fang Yan knew that they had already fought 3 times in an instant. Each time was extremely dangerous, and if they were not careful, they would be smashed to pieces. Boom, the gray-robed man increased his strength again, and Fang Yan followed suit. A battle of three forces. The Tai Chi heart in his body spun wildly, and the Tai Chi twin fish continuously transferred vitality and energy to Fang Yan's fist. If not for the formation of the Tai Chi twin fish, Fang Yan would have been completely exhausted, and he would have been trampled by the gray-robed man. Fang Yan was just about to exert his strength for the fourth time when an extremely sharp energy suddenly came from the gray-robed man's palm. Palm sword. Or rather, it was the palm chi sword. Using chi to condense into a sword, it could kill people without leaving a trace. Fang Yan only felt a sharp pain in his fist, and then his body flew backward. Crack, this time, he fell more miserably and heavily than the countless times before. When he wanted to use his elbow and knee to prop his body up, his arm went limp, and his upper body that had just lifted up fell to the ground again. Fang Yan lay on the hard and uneven ground, and looked up at the dark sky above his head. There was no moon or stars in the sky, only a huge black screen. It blotted out the air, the light, and the hope. Fang Yan felt that it was getting harder and harder to breathe, and he felt that his chest was getting more and more stifled. He had a strong urge. He wanted to tear the black screen above his head, and he wanted to breathe in the fresh air outside. Fang Yan raised the fist that he had used to attack the gray-robed man into the air. His fist was burning with pain, and when he raised it up, it was trembling non-stop. Bright red blood flowed out of the wound. This fist was also ruined. I can't lower my head, Fang Yan gritted his teeth and said to himself, the crown will fall. Like a hedgehog, he rolled on the ground before using his legs to prop himself up. I can't bleed, Fang Yan once again told himself, only fools can laugh. He tore off a piece of cloth from his body and tightly bandaged the wound on his hand that was caused by the sword energy. Then, he looked at where the gray-robed man was standing and once again walked towards him. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you, this was the only thought in Fang Yan's mind. The gray-robed man's expression was extremely ugly. Fang Yan kept getting up and charging at him again and again. To the gray-robed man, this was a provocation. He coldly stared at Fang Yan and said, it seems that you're prepared to die. I'm not, Fang Yan smirked, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Death, I wouldn't be able to prepare for it even if I had 100 years, I have to say, I admire your perseverance, but I've already lost my patience with you. The gray-robed man said. Originally, I didn't intend to kill anyone tonight, but I've changed my mind. Witnessing the birth of a miracle is a wonderful thing, but killing a miracle is also a memorable experience. The gray-robed man's voice became weaker and weaker. His body had already disappeared. Fang Yan was on guard, waiting for him to attack again. What surprised him was that this time, the gray-robed man didn't immediately attack, nor did he strike his chest. His body turned into a gentle breeze, circling around Fang Yan's body. Whoosh, as soon as his body appeared, Fang Yan threw a punch. Rip, Fang Yan's fist struck the man's black robe, causing the robe to let out the sound of cloth ripping. But Fang Yan knew that he had fallen into a trap, golden cicada shedding. Fang Yan felt the back of his throat tighten, then he lost control of his body. The gray-robed man's body was so small and thin, but he easily lifted Fang Yan's body into the air. While holding Fang Yan's throat, the black-robed man looked at Fang Yan's reddened face and said, you are a genius, but you are still too young. As he exerted more and more force, Fang Yan's consciousness became more and more hazy. He didn't break Fang Yan's neck right away, instead he wanted to slowly kill Fang Yan and suffocate him to death. The martial fanatic panicked, ran towards the gray-robed man and struck his back with his palm. Crack, 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 cracking palm. As the gray-robed man swung his left hand, the cracking air from the cracking palm disappeared. Do you know what you're doing? The gray-robed man's gray eyes stared straight at the martial fanatic and asked in a low voice. Spare his life, he's too young, he doesn't understand. The martial fanatic begged. It's too late, the gray-robed man replied. No one can have a second chance. Fang Yan, Phoenix wanted to get up from the ground, but she had lost so much blood that she couldn't support her body anymore. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. She could only angrily scream Fang Yan's name, unable to do anything to help Fang Yan. Song Zai, why do you have to do this? A clear and gentle voice came from above. Chapter 595. Song Transplanting Seedlings. The Tao addict was in charge of the world. This man in gray was Song Transplanting Seedlings, one of the 7 addicts of Huaxia. The monk and the Taoist priest descended from the sky and stood in front of the man in gray like a god. The monk looked at the dying Fang Yan in the hands of the man in gray and said, "Why bother with a child in a conflict between adults? Compared to him, how old are you? Transplanting seedlings, forgive and forget. Give me Fang Yan." The man in gray stared coldly at the monk and the Taoist priest in front of him and said coldly, "Bald donkey, you always come to ruin my plans. I can give you face for other things, but I can't give you face for this kid. I said, he must die." Song Transplanting Seedlings, do you know what you are doing? When has our Taoism ever had an executioner who kills innocent people? Tianjizi said angrily. He had a good impression of Fang Yan and had always regarded Fang Yan as the future hope of Tai Chi. He had even repeatedly suggested that the Tai Chi diagram be handed over to Fang Yan for safekeeping. Now seeing Tao addict Song Zaniang trying to kill a young martial arts star despite his age and seniority, he was naturally furious and could not help but reprimand him. "Tianjizi, what right do you have to talk to me like this? Even if your shameless master stood in front of me, he would only respectfully call me eldest martial brother." Song Transplanting Seedlings looked at Tianjizi with disdain and said, "Besides, now you admit that I'm a member of the Tao sect. When you expelled me from the temple, did you ever think that one day you would need my help? Song Transplanting Seedlings, how dare you mention what happened in the past? You are so vicious that you will not be tolerated in the Taoist temple. Besides, if it were not for the sake of brotherhood and your sincere repentance, the temple master would have locked you up in the Monkey Mountain for the rest of your life. How could he allow you to deceive those fools and do so many evil things?" Tianjizi seemed to be very familiar with the Tao addict Song Transplanting Seedlings, and they had a close relationship. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with what he had done. Song Transplanting's eyes were dark and fierce. He stared at Tianjizi and said, "It seems that you are here today to punish me? If it weren't for Fang Yu, I wouldn't have bothered with you. But today, you have to hand over Fang Yan to us. What if I don't hand over Fang Yan? What can you do to me? Then don't blame me for being impolite," Tianjizi said coldly as he held the horsetail whisk in his hand. "Let's put the past aside." The long-browed monk looked at Fang Yan in the hands of the Tao addict and said, "Transplant the seedlings and give the child to us." Today's matter had come to an end. What do you think? A baldy like you also wants to stand up for this kid? To tell you the truth, he is the candidate that the old Taoist and I have set our eyes on, the long-eyebrowed monk said truthfully. Protect Longtu. Song Transplanting Seedlings sneered and said, "The candidates are getting worse with each generation. Fortunately, you weren't chosen back then," Heaven's Jizi mocked. "If you were chosen, then each generation would truly be worse than the previous one." Tianjizi, am I not speaking the truth? Heaven's Jizi sneered. It's human nature to say that the grapes are sour when you can't eat them. It has nothing to do with how many years you've lived, Amitba. The long-eyebrowed monk put his palms together and said, "It's more important to save the child. Please don't argue, Transplant Seedlings, you're a wise man. Today's situation has come to this point, and it doesn't matter who wins or loses. Give me the child, and this matter will come to an end. How about that?" Song Transplanting Seedlings was hesitant. "If the old Taoist and I join hands to snatch the child, surely it won't be easy for Transplant Seedlings." The white-browed monk looked at Song Transplanting Seedlings and said, "Today is really eye-opening. Even a monk knows how to threaten, Amitba." The long-eyebrowed monk lowered his head and chanted, "I've sinned, I've sinned. Bald donkey, you've sinned greatly," Song Transplanting Seedlings said. If you want Fang Yan, then take him." As he spoke, Song Transplanting Seedlings raised Fang Yan in his hand and threw him toward the long-eyebrowed monk. The long-eyebrowed monk reached out and caught Fang Yan in his arms. He touched his chest, but there was no heartbeat. He checked his breath, but there was no breath. "Fang Yan," the long-eyebrowed monk shouted Fang Yan's name. No one answered. "Fang Yan, wake up." The divine Jizi placed his palm on Fang Yan's chest and transferred his qi into Fang Yan's body. However, there was still no reaction from Fang Yan. It was as if Fang Yan was dead, and there was no longer any perception of the outside world. "Fang Yan, how is Fang Yan?" Phoenix couldn't get up, but after hearing the long-eyebrowed monk and the divine Jizi's shouts, she immediately had a premonition that something bad had happened. Her voice was hoarse and weak, and she desperately tried to get up from the big rock. But as soon as she stuck her head out, her body fell to the ground. She tried to get up again, but accidentally fell under the rock. Song Transplanting Seedlings, the long-eyebrowed monk was furious and said, "How can you be so vicious?" Obviously, Song Transplanting Seedlings did not want to agree to the long-eyebrowed monk's request, and he knew that he could not take Fang Yan away under the joint efforts of the long-eyebrowed monk and the divine Jizi, so he killed him in advance. The divine Jizi was even more furious. With a sweep of the horsetail whisk in his hand, a majestic qi came out of nowhere and smashed towards Song Transplanting Seedlings like a wall of qi. The divine Jizi swept the horsetail whisk again, and the wall of qi was divided into countless thin lines. Each thin line became a sharp arrow, flying toward the Tao addict Song Transplanting Seedlings. Song Transplanting Seedlings roared and waved his hands in the air. Where his hands passed, there were two arcs of solidified qi standing upright in the air. If one looked carefully, they would find that these were two fish. The two fish of the Tai Chi twin fish. The Tao addict Song Transplanting Seedlings was originally born in Taoism, and his kung fu was naturally inseparable from the theory of yin and yang. Tai Chi Song Transplanting Seedlings punched out, and the two fish spun wildly. They took the initiative to collide with the qi arrows that filled the sky. The sound of clashing was endless, and there was a faint sound of gold and iron colliding in the air. The long-eyebrowed monk held Fang Yan with one hand, recited the Buddhist mantra, and slapped the back of the martial addict Song Transplanting Seedlings with the Buddha's golden light palm. When the long-eyebrowed monk and the divine Jizi fought with the Tao addict Song Transplanting Seedlings because of Fang Yan's death, Fang Yan, who was supposed to be dead, opened his eyes. During the 3 years of guarding his father's mausoleum, Fang Yan's brain was groggy and his heart was like dead ashes most of the time. He could not taste the food, and he could not sleep well at night. Therefore, at that time, he developed a habit of soaking his whole body in the bathtub, creating a state of suspended animation. At the beginning, Fang Yan could only hold on for a few minutes. Later, the practice time became longer and longer, and Fang Yan could almost hold on for an hour. He did not need to breathe, and his lungs did not need a constant supply of fresh oxygen. He used the heart of Tai Chi to carry out the overall circulation of his body, and the power of Tai Chi to maintain the operation of his body organs, so that his body could be integrated with the warm water in the tub. The bubbles that occasionally emerged were the body waste discharged by the heart of Tai Chi, and he only needed the most primitive Chi before entering the tub to keep going. Song Transplanting Seedlings was insidious and cunning. When he was talking with the long-eyebrowed monk and the divine Jizi, he had secretly increased the strength of his hands. He really had the idea of strangling Fang Yan to death, and then throwing Fang Yan's body to the long-eyebrowed monk and the divine Jizi. Even if the monk and the Taoist were not satisfied, they would not risk their lives for an insignificant person. Even if they risked their lives, he could escape unscathed. When Fang Yan's consciousness started to blur, he started to enter a state of suspended animation. When Fang Yan was faking his death, he could actually be awakened by the outside world. When the long-eyebrowed monk called his name, he had already heard the other party's voice. When Tianjizi transferred his Tai Chi into his body, he could even feel the powerful warm current flowing all over his body, making him feel very comfortable. However, Fang Yan resisted the urge to respond. As Fang Yan had expected, because of the misunderstanding of Fang Yan's death, the divine Jizi took the initiative to attack the Tao addict, Song transplanting seedlings. The long-eyebrowed monk followed closely behind and slapped him. While the long-eyebrowed monk was focused on the enemy, Fang Yan's body flipped over, and with a light leap, he escaped from the long-eyebrowed monk's arms. Then, he sprinted towards the place where Bai Xiu was lying on the ground. Seeing that the thunder-shocking sword was under his feet, he kicked with the tip of his foot, and the thunder-shocking sword jumped into the air. He picked up Bai Xiu's thunder-shocking sword, his body flying in the air, and the long sword fiercely stabbed at Bai Xiu's chest. Bai Xiu's eyes widened as he looked at all this, at the leaping Fang Yan. Wasn't he already dead? Why did he come back to life? Dad, watch from the sky, Fang Yan roared sternly. He was sent flying again and again, but he got up again and again. He was not afraid of the strong, and he was not afraid of death. He just wanted to seek justice for his father who had died a tragic death. Everything he had done was for this purpose. If he could do it, he felt that everything he had done was meaningful. In life, who didn't do a few stupid things? Fang Yan's body flew upside down, and the long sword in his hand made a buzzing sound. That was caused by Fang Yan using too much force. He was afraid that he could not stab Bai Xiu to death, so he used all the strength in his body. Goodbye, Bai Xiu opened his mouth and laughed. It seemed to be a mockery of Fang Yan, but also an affirmation of Fang Yan's behavior. He was saying goodbye to Fang Yan. Crack! The long sword pierced through the flesh and into Bai Xiu's body. He died without regrets. Chapter 596. The mountain breeze was cool, but it couldn't cool people's hearts. Jiang Junling felt that his heart was very cold. He felt that this world was really too dark. He was determined to succeed in this trip to Huacheng. He came full of confidence. Although he never said it out loud, he did have the thought of avenging his shame in his heart. Other people also thought so. Otherwise, why would he chase after Fang Yan when he just returned to Huacheng after his 3 years of mourning? Fang Yan had used all sorts of strange moves, but Fang Yan managed to turn the tables time and time again. In the process of clashing with Fang Yan, Jiang Junling never gained any advantage. Instead, his face was beaten red and swollen by Fang Yan time and time again. Jiang Junling really liked the saying, turning the hand over the clouds and turning the hand over the rain, but he could only helplessly watch others put this saying on top of Fang Yan's head. Because Fang Yan couldn't win for a long time, Jiang Junling could only defend Huacheng, unable to escape. All kinds of gossip started in Yanjing City, and some important people in the family began to doubt his ability to control the overall situation. Some people objected, some people scolded, some people sat on the sidelines and watched the fire burn, and some people ridiculed. It was also because of the pressure from all sides that Jiang Junling designed such a sure-kill situation. He spent so much time and manpower, but the result was so unsatisfactory. Jiang Junling wanted to point to the sky and curse. Even if Fang Yan is your son, isn't your favoritism a little too much? In just one night, you let him obtain the light of Tai Chi, you let him complete the Tai Chi Pisces, and the reinforcements you send are stronger than the last. How do you want people to live? Why don't you just give him the blessing of Vajra and make him immortal? Do you have the ability to make him a god or an immortal? Jiang Junling felt that the world was dark and the heavens were unfair. That kid lived like he was cheating. Who would be willing to touch him? Ordinary people know the hearts of old friends, but old friends are fickle. Jiang Junling sighed softly. In the boundless universe, there are all sorts of strange things. Today has really broadened my horizons. He had seen many people with exuberant destinies, but a person like Fang Yan who had such a strong destiny was truly rare in the world. If even this couldn't kill him, how heaven-defying would he become in the future? There was a pavilion behind him with a stone table and stone chairs. There was wine on the stone table. It was the best champagne they had carried up from the foot of the mountain. Jiang Junling was not used to drinking champagne. He felt that it was not as refreshing and fiery as white wine, nor was it as gorgeous and elegant as red wine. But he liked champagne to celebrate the good omens of victory. This bottle of wine was originally prepared to be used to celebrate the victory of the war, but now it seemed that there was no need for it. Jiang Junling looked at the champagne on the table and felt that it was a mockery of himself. Picking up the bottle of champagne, he was about to throw it far away at the foot of the mountain when someone behind him shouted, "Don't throw it, you can't throw it away. It would be a pity to throw such good wine away." Figures flashed, and a group of people quickly rushed into the pavilion. The leader was a middle-aged man in a black suit. He greeted Jiang Junling with a smile and said, "Second young master, if I'm not mistaken, this bottle of champagne is the 1998 Cook Anbang Black Diamond Champagne, right? A bottle costs thousands of dollars, and there's no market for it. It's really not easy to drink it usually. My brothers and I have been climbing the mountain all night, and now we're really a little thirsty. If you don't mind, can you reward us with this bottle of wine to moisten our throats?" While the man in the suit was speaking, the men in black that he had brought with him spread out and surrounded the General Ling in the middle. Jiang Junling seemed not to feel the abnormality of the others. He looked at the man in the suit in front of him and said, "Li Guoqiang, you came all the way from Yanjing City to this Sword Peak. Surely it's not to drink this champagne, right?" "Of course not," Li Guoqiang said with a smile. "However, if we can drink a sip of Pinot Noir champagne before we talk business, then this trip will be even more worthwhile." Jiang Junling smiled and shook his head. He handed over the champagne bottle in his hand and said, "I originally thought I wouldn't need it, so I wanted to throw it away. Now that you mention it, I also feel that it's a pity to throw it away. If you're interested, then drink it. Just take it as an early celebration for my big brother." "Thank you, second young master." Li Guoqiang took the champagne, shook it a few times skillfully, and suddenly stabbed it into the sky. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and then the champagne in the bottle sprayed out. Li Guoqiang drank 2 mouthfuls of the bottle, then handed the bottle in his hand to a man in black beside him. He looked at Jiang Junling and said, "Good wine, it's really good wine. If it wasn't for second young master's generosity, it really wouldn't be easy for us to drink such good wine." Jiang Junling smiled as he watched the champagne bottle being passed around in the hands of the men in black. He said, "What's a bottle of champagne? If you like it, I'll get someone to send you a few boxes of better wine when we get back." Li Guoqiang waved his hand and said, "No, this can't be done. If the young masters of Yanjing knew that the eldest young master was going to send wine to me, Li Guoqiang, would I have the guts to walk out of my house? They would probably tear me apart." Who is the second young master? He's a god in everyone's heart. Who would dare to drink wine given by a god? A murderous intent flashed in Jiang Junling's eyes. He looked at Li Guoqiang with a smile and said, "Guoqiang, you're here to laugh at me, right? Second young master, how can you say that? How can I laugh at second young master? I'm here to cheer for second young master," Li Guoqiang said with a serious face. "I also just heard that second young master is going to hold a champagne banquet tonight at Mount One Sword and invited many famous stars. Although I didn't receive an invitation, I still rushed over. I think second young master won't blame me for coming without an invitation, right?" Li Guoqiang looked at Mount One Sword and asked, "Second young master, what's the situation? Our contestants should have won, right? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Guoqiang." Jiang Junling said calmly, "We lost." "Lost? Lost?" Jiang Junling answered with absolute certainty. Li Guoqiang sighed deeply and said, "It seems that I came late and couldn't help second young master much." The smile on Jiang Junling's face disappeared. He said, "Guoqiang, we're all old acquaintances. There's no need to hide anything. If you have something to say, just say it. That big brother of mine told you to come over and watch. He wouldn't just say a few sarcastic words and complete the mission, right?" Li Guoqiang laughed and clapped. He said, "Second young master is indeed wise. I knew that I can't hide anything from you. You also know that I, Li Guoqiang, am timid and thin-skinned. Originally, there were some things that I couldn't say and some things that I was too embarrassed to do. But under second young master's encouragement, I felt that I should try my best. Jiang Junling looked at Li Guoqiang with certainty. He asked, then tell me properly. Did General Xing ask you to cripple me or kill me? I hope it's the latter. That way, it proves that my big brother is the same kind of person I know. Second young master, actually, this matter really has nothing to do with eldest young master. You know eldest young master's character. He likes to go sightseeing, ride horses, and shoot arrows. He's too lazy and doesn't want to worry about anything. It's just that us brothers couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to help eldest young master get something back. It has nothing to do with him. A mocking smile appeared on General Ling's face. Li Guoqiang, you said that my big brother is lazy and likes to go sightseeing, ride horses, and shoot arrows. When you said this, did you believe it? Do you think anyone in Yanjing City would believe it? An ambitious guy, in order to prove that he doesn't fight or snatch, that he doesn't have any desire for power, spouts nonsense and acts crazy all day long. If he's not reluctant to leave the flowers and ruin his reputation, then he's at a loss for what to do. Does he think that he can deceive everyone's eyes like this? Does he think everyone is an idiot? Childish. Really childish. If he's really a man, he might as well stand up and fight with me. That way, he would be valued by more people. Unfortunately, he doesn't. He can only hide behind the crowd like a turtle, shooting arrows from time to time and spreading rumors. Don't you feel ashamed? Ha ha ha, Li Guoqiang clapped his hands and laughed. He said, second young master's words are incisive and you scold me to your heart's content. I've also discussed this issue with eldest young master before. I also told him what you said. But eldest young master's answer made me feel enlightened. Do you know how eldest young master answered me? I'm really curious. Jiang Junling sneered. Eldest young master said that if everyone thinks that my acting is clumsy, then it proves that my acting is successful. Li Guoqiang said, I'm not trying to get the acting emperor. Why would I need such superb acting skills? Jiang Junling's face sank and the sharpness in his eyes became even more intense. General Xing's words were deeply philosophical. If he jumped out to fight with him, he would have long regarded him as his biggest opponent and wholeheartedly stepped on him. If everyone thought that he really didn't have any desires, then with his sensitive and suspicious character, he would naturally think that he was hiding something and had a big plan. He would even think of a way to kick him out of the game. The wonderful thing was that his clumsy acting skills were that he didn't want anything. But secretly, he was constantly making small moves. This would make people underestimate and belittle him, thinking that his level was only a so-so. In this way, when he suddenly jumped out and brandished his bayonet, it was truly impossible to guard against. Like now. Jiang Junling nodded and said, brilliant. His words also convinced me. Now you can tell me what is it he wants. Li Guoqiang's sharp eyes stared at Jiang Junling and said, I know that second young master is generous. He just gave us a bottle of champagne, can I ask for something else from second young master? What is it? Lend me your life, how about it? Chapter 597. Anything could be borrowed, but not one's life. Everyone only had one life. If someone else borrowed it, they would become a dead person. Of course, Jiang Junling knew very well that these people came to make him a dead person who couldn't be said to be motionless. A dead person wouldn't fight with people over anything. Many people liked dead people. Li Guoqiang wanted to borrow Jiang Junling's life, naturally to kill Jiang Junling. Jiang Junling stared at Li Guoqiang with biting cold eyes, as if he was spying on the truth of his words. Li Guoqiang also stared back at Jiang Junling with the same cold eyes, without the slightest fear. He used his actions to prove the truth of his words. Jiang Junling laughed out loud and looked at Li Guoqiang, saying, when I saw you appear, I knew Big Brother's intention. Before, I was worried that Big Brother would be too soft-hearted and wouldn't be able to achieve great things. Now that I see how cruel and unscrupulous you are and how vicious you are, I am completely relieved. Don't blame the eldest young master, Li Guochang said with a dignified expression. He is the eldest son of the general family. He is the eldest brother of the general family. In the end, because of the words one should have a son like Jiang Junling, he was suppressed for so many years and achieved nothing. All the glory gathered on your head, and all the benefits were taken by you. When others introduced the eldest young master, they all said, "This is Jiang Junling's eldest brother." The eldest young master feels wronged and uncomfortable. I understand. Jiang Junling nodded seriously and said, I understand, Big Brother has had a hard time these years. He has such great ambition, but he doesn't have the treatment and platform to match it. He spends all day sightseeing and doing nothing. It's natural for him to feel wronged. I can understand him spreading rumors in Yanjing City, saying that I was beaten to a pulp by Fang Yan. I can understand him encouraging the enemies of the family to unite and force grandfather to abdicate, saying that I can't bear the heavy responsibility. If it were me, I would have done the same. I would have done it even more ruthlessly and resolutely than him. So, even if he wanted to kill me, I can understand. Who asked me to be the tiger in his way? If he didn't get rid of me, how could he have the chance to rise? Tiger in the way. Li Guochang said with a face full of ridicule, I'm afraid he's just a paper tiger. No, it's a tiger in the way. Jiang Junling said, when a tiger falls, he will be bullied by a dog. Li Guochang, when we were in Yanjing, did you dare to talk to me with this attitude? That time has changed. No man could be happy for 100 days, and no flower could bloom for 100 days. This was the cycle of heaven and human nature. A loss is a loss. The disparity is too great. Can't you bear it now? General Ling shrugged his shoulders indifferently and said, his face doesn't look too good. Guoqiang, you guys stay by Big Brother's side. You must remind him. Tell Jun Xing to avoid clashing with him as much as possible. Once he makes a move, use the force of a thunderbolt and give him a fatal blow. This brat's zodiac is like a cockroach, he's tenacious. Thank you for the reminder, second young master. Li Guoqiang said with a smile. He waved his hand, and the unfinished bottle of champagne was brought over. Then he handed the champagne to Jiang Junling and said, second young master, I don't have much to give you. Have a sip. Take a sip and we'll be on our way. Jiang Junling didn't reach out to take the wine bottle. He looked at Li Guoqiang and said, I've made a big fool of myself, so I can't go back to Yanjing City. Even if I went back, I would only be ridiculed by others for nothing. The arguments against me within the general family were getting louder and louder, and if I went back, I would only make things difficult for my grandfather. If I don't go back, Big Brother's ascension to the throne will become a matter of course. Jiang Junling looked at Li Guoqiang with a sincere expression and said, go back and tell Big Brother that we'll have to rely on him to support the family from now on. I will do my best to support him from behind the scenes, I'm afraid I can't. Li Guoqiang shook his head. Although I'm very grateful for second young master's generosity, and I'm also grateful for second young master's various tasks, but second young master is still dead, right? As long as second young master is dead, then we can be completely at ease. I'm not afraid of second young master laughing at me. How much courage do I, Li Guoqiang, usually have to say such things to second young master? In this life, how many opportunities do I have to force second young master into such a difficult and dangerous situation? If you didn't want to kill Fang Yan tonight, if you didn't send out all the experts around you, even if we wanted to do something, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy. Second young master, I still understand the principle of not missing an opportunity. So, second young master is still dead, right? Jiang Junling sighed softly and said, Guoqiang, I'm sincere, I really want to cooperate with Big Brother. He's in the light, and I'm in the dark. If we brothers work together, hand in hand, what can stop us in this world? I understand what you mean, but I can't die yet, and I can't lend my life to you. you know, I just lost to Fang Yan, and I lost so miserably that I lost everything. I haven't gotten my revenge, so how can I die so selfishly? I still need some time, and I still have a lot of things to deal with. Besides, my life is beneficial to Big Brother. After he becomes the leader, he still has to face the threat of Fang Yan. We have the same enemy. I can help him do a lot of things. So, we can't talk, Li Guoqiang said with a smile. Li Guoqiang took a step back, and a middle-aged man with a crew cut rushed forward and punched Jiang Junling's head. Pa pa pa, the middle-aged man looked like he practiced internal martial arts. His punches were powerful, and there were sounds of bones cracking when he punched. There were 3 keys to punching: fierce, accurate, and fast. The middle-aged man was not only ferocious, but also accurate and fast. When he suddenly made a move, before you realized it, the fist was already about to break your head. Unfortunately, the exciting scene didn't appear. The middle-aged man's punch didn't break Jiang Junling's head, it was almost there. Almost there. The middle-aged man's fist reached Jiang Junling's face, but he couldn't push it forward. There was a hand on his neck, and it was that hand that made him lose all his strength, and he couldn't do anything more intense. It was Jiang Junling's hand. Jiang Junling's hand was strangling the middle-aged man's neck, and he looked at Li Guoqiang with a calm face and asked, "What do I have to do for you to let me live?" His left hand suddenly exerted force, and with a crack sound, the middle-aged man's body fell to the ground. "Is this what you want? You're courting death." Another black-clothed man rushed toward Jiang Junling. In the process of charging, he had already pulled out a sharp triangular dagger from his pocket. The man held the dagger upside down, jumped high, and stabbed at Jiang Junling's throat. Pa, his knife still couldn't stab through. Jiang Junling just raised his wrist, and the man's neck was strangled in his hand. Jiang Junling lifted the man's body in midair. The man's face was purple, and he struggled desperately. However, his struggle was so powerless. It was impossible to escape Jiang Junling's iron hand. He looked at Li Guoqiang and asked, "Is this how you want it?" Crack, another crisp sound rang out, and the general's order once again crushed another man's neck. Li Guoqiang looked at Jiang Junling with a face full of shock, and said, "Second young master, extraordinary skill?" No one knew that Jiang Junling knew Kung Fu. No one in the entire Yanjing city knew that Jiang Junling's skill was so powerful. It should be known that the people that Li Guoqiang brought were also very good fighters. The first person whose neck was broken by Jiang Junling was an outstanding figure of Xing Yi Quan's 9th generation, and the second man with a military knife was a special forces soldier who had completed many SS-level missions abroad. However, these people were a group of chickens and dogs in front of Jiang Junling. No matter which angle they attacked from, the result was the same. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Are you a little disappointed? Jiang Junling patted the dust off his hand, and looked at Li Guoqiang with a smile. Li Guoqiang waved his hand, and the surrounding black-clothed men rushed toward Jiang Junling together. "Stupid," Jiang Junling said. His body turned into a shadow, and he passed through the crowd. Every time this sound was heard, a black-clothed man would fall to the ground. When Jiang Junling's body stopped again, none of the black-clothed men that Li Guoqiang brought could stand. All of them were lying on the ground in disorder, and there was no pain on their faces. Jiang Junling looked at Li Guoqiang with some regret and said, "I don't like you, it's a pity." Unfortunately, he didn't finish his words, but Li Guoqiang knew that it was a pity that he couldn't kill him. "Someone has to go back and tell my cunning brother, tell him that I'm sincerely willing to cooperate with him, don't you think so?" Jiang Junling looked at Li Guoqiang and asked. Li Guoqiang's mouth was full of bitterness, and he nodded and said, "Yes." "Then I'll have to trouble you." Jiang Junling patted Li Guoqiang's shoulder and said with a smile. Li Guoqiang's body softened, and he almost fell to the ground. When Jiang Junling's hand touched his body, his first reaction was that Jiang Junling wanted to kill him. Jiang Junling looked back at Sword Peak again, and then his body flew down the mountain like a goshawk. Chapter 598. There was the pleasant chirping of birds, and the refreshing fragrance of flowers. There was the warmth of the sun, and there was the refreshing air. When Fang Yan opened his eyes, he saw another pair of eyes. "You're awake." The divine Jizi greeted Fang Yan with a smile as he continued to work on the silver needles. The silver needles made a buzzing sound because of the divine Jizi's powerful qi. Fang Yan looked down and found that he was lying there naked, allowing a middle-aged uncle to do whatever he wanted to his body. Of course, he might not have had the time to do it yet. "Where is this? Is Phoenix okay? Is Bai Xiu dead? Did you two kill that old man Song Zhansheng?" Fang Yan wanted to get up, but found that he couldn't move his body at all. Every time he used force, his body felt like it was being torn into countless pieces. Fang Yan's head was dizzy, and his vision darkened. He almost fainted again. His mouth didn't have any problems, so he asked a series of questions. Fang Yan's memory still stopped at the scene of him piercing Bai Xiu's chest and Xiu Mu rushing up to punch him. He couldn't remember what happened after that. The divine Jizi quickly inserted the silver needles into the acupoints on Fang Yan's chest. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "Don't move, it hurts." Fang Yan looked at him sadly and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? When you opened your eyes just now, even if I told you not to move, you might not have listened to me." The divine Jizi had a proud look on his face and said, "Now you probably don't want to move, right?" Fang Yan was very depressed. Why was it that he always met a bunch of bastards? Your body is seriously injured, your internal organs are seriously displaced, your meridians are blocked, and your qi and blood are blocked. I'm currently massaging and using silver needles to help you recover. You haven't answered my question yet, Fang Yan said. You asked so many questions in one go, which one do you want to hear my answer the most? Where's the phoenix? Is she alright? Fang Yan looked expectantly at Tian Jizi and asked. Even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. It seems that in your heart, the one you care about the most is still that girl. Tian Jizi teased. Because I probably already have the answers to the other questions. Fang Yan said, I believe that my sword strike has already killed Bai Xiu. If he's still not dead after that, then the heavens must be blind. As for that old man Song transplanting rice, he's definitely not dead. You can't possibly kill him, why can't we kill him? Tian Jizi looked at Fang Yan with a displeased expression and said, Do you think the monk and I are no match for him? That's not it, Fang Yan said. In this vast world, there are less than 10,000 people who can defeat you and the old monk at the same time. What do you mean less than 10,000? Not even a single one, Tian Jizi said angrily. When it came to his own ability and dignity, even a Taoist with a pure heart and few desires couldn't remain calm. Then why did you let Song transplanting rice run away? Fang Yan asked in return. Tian Jizi was speechless. Only then did he realize that he had jumped into the language trap set by Fang Yan. No one in this world can beat you, how could you let Song transplanting rice run away? Fang Yan grinned, his face was also burning with pain. He couldn't help but worry and said, I'm not disfigured, right? Tian Jizi looked at Fang Yan and said, It's fine, it's not too badly ruined. How do you know Song transplanting rice is not dead? Tian Jizi asked again. Because you and the old monk didn't do anything, Fang Yan said. Song transplanting rice is my enemy, it has nothing to do with you. You can protect me, but you will never fight to the death for me, you don't have to feel ashamed. This is human nature. If Song transplanting rice was your opponent, I wouldn't risk my life to fight him. Only when it comes to your own life and death, can you unleash your infinite potential. You guessed correctly, Tian Jizi nodded and said, Song transplanting rice is still alive, Chang Mei and I didn't make him stay. It doesn't matter, Fang Yan said proudly. Keep him, I'll kill him. Do you remember what happened last night? Tian Jizi asked. I only remember that I stabbed Bai Xiu to death, Fang Yan said. I don't know what happened after that. Originally, we all thought you were dead, so the monk and I surrounded Song transplanting rice to avenge you, but we didn't expect you to jump out of the monk's arms and run to stab Bai Xiu. The scene at the time was so strange that everyone was dumbfounded and felt that the fight couldn't continue. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lie to you, Fang Yan said embarrassedly. No matter what, Tian Jizi and Chang Mei monk came for him, they were benevolent elders who stood on his side. He lied to others by faking his death, but he also lied to those who truly cared about him, otherwise, Tian Jizi and Chang Mei monk wouldn't have gone to fight Song transplanting rice. It was also because he knew that faking his death would anger Tian Jizi and Chang Mei monk that he had the chance to kill Bai Xiu. Fang Yan took advantage of the relationship between Tian Jizi and Chang Mei monk. Tian Jizi looked at Fang Yan with burning eyes and said, "At that time, I clearly checked your chest and nose and found that you had lost all signs of life. You used a profound breathing technique?" "Yes," Fang Yan said. "Using the heart of Tai Chi to circulate inside the body, you can stop breathing and heartbeat for a short time. Everyone has different opportunities and fortunes. The gifts from heaven are also different," Tian Jizi said. "After you stabbed Bai Xiu, you were sent flying with a punch. We picked you up from the ground and took you away. I don't know what happened after that. As for whether Bai Xiu is dead or alive, it's not something we care about." Fang Yan nodded and said, "I'm already very grateful. You didn't pick up the phoenix along the way." "She didn't want to come back with us," Tian Jizi said. "Why?" After asking this question, he already understood. "You already have an answer, right?" Tian Jizi asked with a smile. "Yes," Fang Yan was full of bitterness. "We already have an answer. After what happened, she probably doesn't want to see me anymore, right? From now on, there will be no more interactions in our world." The most familiar stranger. The wild osmanthus tree suddenly bloomed, and the fragrance spread throughout the forest overnight. Rain fell on the empty mountain, and the ancient temple was illuminated by green lanterns. The rain fell in a pitter-patter, like the wisps of smoke drifting in the air inside the temple. "You ignored the reason why she started, and you don't know when she will end." As if there was no end to it. It couldn't be cut, and it was messy. It was the sorrow of separation, a different feeling in the heart. In the middle of the temple hall was a statue of Guanyin. In front of it sat a woman wearing a blue robe. Long hair draped over her shoulders, a plain robe wrapped around her body. She didn't wear any makeup, but her beauty was natural. Her beauty was bold and unrestrained, tender and beautiful, like a fiery rose, like the stars in the sky. But after wearing this monk's robe, her beauty became reserved again. That fiery passion was hidden within, like a rose with thorns that could pierce through the wrapping paper at any time, revealing her stunning true face. This was a beautiful woman who didn't fit in with the atmosphere of this ancient temple. "Miss, you have to think this through. Once you shave your head and become a monk, you will become a disciple of Buddhism. Worship and serve Buddha, abide by the precepts. From now on, you will no longer have anything to do with the mortal world." The woman was in a daze and didn't answer the nun's question. "What's your name?" "I'm Phoenix." "And you?" "My name is Fang Yan." "You can call me Fang Yan, or you can call me Fang Huahua. Is my name easy to remember?" "Miss, are you ready?" The old nun with the razor asked again. "Do you know how to catch rabbits? Do you know how to catch sparrows? Do you dare to skate on the river? Have you ever eaten ambush from 10 sides? Never? Let's go, I'll take you to, miss, if you haven't made up your mind." "Phoenix, I'm dying, help me take a look. My face is injured, help me apply medicine. My arm is injured, help me apply medicine. My butt was also kicked by that barbarian. Help me apply some ointment, miss." The old nun sighed softly and said, "Since you have so many worries in your heart, then go home, and shao, you idiot. I saw you go out with Bai Xiu. That hypocrite Bai Xiu isn't worthy of you at all. If you want to find a boyfriend, you should at least find someone as handsome, talented, and well-liked as me. That pretty boy, his face isn't even as white as mine. What's there to like about him? He's very cool. If what you mean by cool is putting on a dead face and not saying anything, then he's not even as cool as Uncle Wang in the village. Isn't Uncle Wang very cool when he's forging? Miss, let's go back, I've made up my mind. The plain-robed woman resolutely cut off the nostalgic past and answered firmly. Miss, have you really made up your mind? Master, I'm sorry just now, I've made up my mind. Then I'll shave your hair and receive the precepts for you. The old nun with the scissors said in a deep voice. Thank you, master. The woman put her hands together and closed her eyes, ready to accept her master's shave. From now on, the past of the mortal world, love and hate, gratitude and enmity will have nothing to do with me. Chapter 599. The mountain was empty and the drizzle was hazy, causing one's mood to be a bit melancholy. Ho Zhendong, the martial fanatic, was not only feeling melancholy, he also wanted to die. If the person you tricked before was now sitting in front of you and calling you senior martial fanatic, you would also want to die. Or you would kill the other party. Ho Zhendong regretted it. Why didn't he kill him at the summit of One Sword Peak? Senior martial fanatic, Fang Yan looked at Ho Zhendong with a smile, as if he couldn't remember that he was tricked by this middle-aged man. This is an adult ambergris I stole from Tianjizi, not bad, right? The tea was good, fragrant, and had the effect of nourishing the body and mind. But the martial fanatic, who was chewing on a piece of tea leaf, had a bitter taste in his mouth. With Fang Yan's intelligence, there was no way he didn't know why he lured him to One Sword Peak for the decisive battle, and what happened afterward almost took his life. But now, he acted as if nothing happened and was very respectful to him. His attitude was even more cordial than before, and he even gave him a priceless ambergris. There must be a reason for this. This brat had something to ask of him. This is the best ambergris I've ever tasted. The martial fanatic looked at Fang Yan indifferently and said, it is said that Buddhism and Taoism occupy most of the famous mountains and treasures in Huaxia. Take this ambergris for example, if Tianjizi didn't take it from Taoism, we wouldn't have the fortune to taste it. Senior martial fanatic, if you like it, I can ask my master for a box. Fang Yan patted his chest confidently. Tianjizi is your master? The martial fanatic was startled and asked. Yes, Fang Yan nodded. He had long felt that I was extremely talented and the new star of the Tai Chi branch. He had always wanted to take me as his disciple and even said that he would give me the Tai Chi diagram to protect the dragon soul. He also said that he wanted me to inherit his legacy and become the master of Taoism, but I didn't agree. You know, I already have a master. How could he take someone else as his master? Besides, I don't want to be a Taoist priest. I'm the only child in my family. What if they don't allow me to marry? You know what happened next. I was besieged by people in the solitary Sword Mountain and almost lost my life. It was he and Great Master Chang Mei who saved me. When he healed my wounds, he once again offered to take me as his disciple. I couldn't refuse. The martial addict nodded and said, no wonder. No wonder. Previously, he had wondered why Tianjizi and Chang Mei, the two hidden masters, had appeared at the same time when Fang Yan was in trouble and insisted on taking Fang Yan away. When he mistakenly believed that Fang Yan was dead, he even did not hesitate to fight with the Tao addict, song transplanting. Now, he finally understood the crux of the matter. It turned out that Fang Yan and Tianjizi had a master-disciple relationship. Tianjizi is one of the 3G in the 3G and 7 mysteries of Taoism. He is the most likely candidate to inherit my master's mantle and become the new master of Taoism. You took him as your master because you held on to a very thick thigh. Although Monk Chang Mei doesn't ask about the affairs of Buddhism, as long as it's something he cares about, it's a big event of Buddhism. Neither of them holds a post in the sect, but they are responsible for the important task of finding a suitable successor for the Tai Chi diagram. The candidates chosen by them are all outstanding talents of the whole era, Qin Zongma hundreds of years ago, Chu Xianka, the madman 100 years ago, and your eldest brother Mo Qingdi. Which one of them is not an influential figure of the whole era? When they call for help, people will gather. They are the pillars of the whole Huaxia and the whole internal Jianghu. Fang Yan was shocked and asked, Mo Qingdi once got the Tai Chi diagram? You don't know. This time, it was the martial addict who was a little confused and asked. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, that's right, this kind of thing shouldn't be told to you in the first place. For us martial artists who pursue the path of martial arts, the Tai Chi diagram is a treasure. A man is innocent, but he gets into trouble because of his wealth. It's too dangerous. You are the only son of the Fang clan. If you get involved in trouble, I'm afraid your life will be in danger. You'll end your life early. Fang Yan's face was even more gloomy and asked, did the dragon god cut Mo Qingdi's tendons because he wanted to get the Tai Chi diagram? I don't know. The martial addict shook his head. If there's a chance, you can ask him yourself, but I advise you not to meet him. What kind of people are they? Legendary figures. How are they compared to Song Zhansheng? How? The martial addict smiled helplessly. These people are mysterious, unless they want to see you, or you can't see them. The Black Dragon has been famous for decades. How many people can see him? Without a competition, how can you know who is strong and who is weak? Even if they were weak before, it's not impossible for them to become strong now. Everyone has their own opportunities, and it's not impossible to surpass them overnight. Fang Yan nodded and said, I understand. But, I still hope to meet the dragon god, the men of the Fang clan. The martial addict sighed softly. In the end, he didn't finish his sentence. The Fang Hui he knew was a stubborn man, the azure dragon Mo Qingdi he knew was a stubborn man, and the Fang Yan he knew was also a stubborn man. He didn't know if stubbornness was a good habit, but stubborn men sometimes made people feel sexy. The men of the Fang clan are a bit stupid. Fang Yan said. I know, that's why I'm here to visit Senior Martial Addict, to ask you to help me do something stupid. It's here, it's finally here. The martial addict picked up his cup and drank some tea, then said, what kind of stupid thing do you want to do? Tell me first, I'll help if I can, but if I can't, then there's nothing I can do. Where is Phoenix? Fang Yan asked. Where is Phoenix? Fang Yan asked again. The martial addict shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never seen her. Senior martial addict, why do you need to deceive yourself and others? The first time I asked, you refused to answer, which already told me the answer. Also, I was saved by Master Tian Jizi, so that old man Song Zaniang couldn't have taken Phoenix away. At the time, there were so many people on One Sword Peak, but the only one who could have taken Phoenix away and protected her was you. Senior martial addict, please tell me, where is Phoenix? The martial addict sighed softly and said, you're right, Phoenix was indeed taken away by me. But don't ask me where she went. Phoenix girl specifically told me that if you came looking for her, I should reply with the words I don't know. So, my answer can only be, Fang Yan interrupted the martial addict and said, you tricked me at the top of One Sword Peak. You are one of the 7 addicts of Huaxia. You became known as the martial addict because of your love for martial arts. But you used your reputation as a martial arts addict to accept money from others, using all kinds of improper means to eliminate your opponents. I've confiscated money from others, then there are other benefits. Fang Yan angrily said, you tricked me at the top of One Sword Peak anyway. You deliberately provoked me, inviting me to fight at the top of One Sword Peak, wasting my energy and drawing me into that fatal trap. You also know that I didn't use my full strength at the time, and I didn't have any intention to kill, but you still did it in the end. You were an accomplice, the main participant. You made me unable to fight back when I was being hunted down. Don't tell me you don't feel guilty at all. Don't you blame yourself at all? How could the martial addict not blame himself? If it wasn't because of self-blame, why would he repeatedly speak up for Fang Yan in front of Song Zaniang? If it wasn't because of guilt, why would he stand in front of Song Zaniang again and again, not wanting him to kill Fang Yan? If it wasn't because of guilt and self-blame, feeling that he had done something shameful and unfair to Fang Yan, why would he persist until the end at the scene, and then bring the Phoenix girl back to take care of her? But I don't blame you. Fang Yan said. Living in this world, everyone will encounter some things that they have no choice but to do. Yes. The martial addict wanted to explain something, but he didn't know what to say. People who practiced martial arts valued friendship above all else. In order to return someone else's favor, he hurt the righteousness in his heart. Was this right or wrong? But, if it was for the righteousness in his heart, could he ignore the deep feelings he owed? If it wasn't for Song Zunyang's guidance that year, he might have been stuck in the martial barrier, unable to extricate himself, and become a psychopath who achieved nothing. Song Zanyang had given him a new lease on life. What happened in the past has happened, we don't need to take it to heart. What's in the past is in the past. Fang Yan had a magnanimous look on his face, his voice mournful, but, another tragedy is about to happen. Does senior martial addict want to trick me again? Lotus Temple, the martial addict replied. She went to Lotus Temple. Fang Yan jumped up from his chair, grabbed the dragon birth incense he gave to the martial addict, and shouted at the martial addict. That old bastard tricked me at the top of One Sword Peak. Wait until I'm done with my business, then I'll come find you for a good fight. Fang Yan was a man who held grudges. He was almost tricked to death by the martial addict, Ho Zhendong, at the top of One Sword Peak. How could such a deep grudge be resolved with just a few words? The martial addict held his teacup and blankly sat there. The cold wind was a bit chilly, the martial addict's body felt like it was frozen. How did that bastard grow up to be an adult? Didn't anyone think about strangling him to death when he was young? Chapter 600. Burning the bridge after crossing the river, killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, cruel and unscrupulous bastard. Just as the martial addict was going berserk in the house, scolding Fang Yan for turning his back on him after using him, the wooden door was slammed open again with a bang. Fang Yan looked at the martial addict shyly and asked, "Where is the Lotus Temple?" After Fang Yan ran out of the martial addict's house, he remembered a very important thing. Where was the Lotus Temple? Although he was reluctant, he had no choice but to rush back to ask for the address and directions. Impulse is the devil. Get out! The martial addict shouted at Fang Yan. The Lotus Temple was located at the foot of Mount Lingshan. It got its name because there was a huge lotus pond in the backyard of the temple. The Lotus Temple was a nunnery. The incense was not strong, but it still stood for hundreds of years. Fang Yan rushed all the way in the direction of the Lotus Temple. The stingy martial addict did not tell him the specific direction of the Lotus Temple. Fang Yan did not have a mobile phone or a navigation device. It was not easy to find someone to ask in this barren mountain. Fortunately, he was lucky. After searching for a long time, he saw a stone sign on the side of a main road. The stone sign pointed the direction of the Lotus Temple. Only then did Fang Yan find the correct path. When Fang Yan arrived at the Lotus Temple, the brown door of the temple was closed. Fang Yan pulled the copper lock and shouted, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone?" There was no answer. Fang Yan patted the wooden door again and shouted in a louder voice, "Open the door. Phoenix, Phoenix, come out. Phoenix, I know you are inside." Fang Yan's voice startled the birds in the forest, and the rustling sounds of birds flying away could be heard. There was still no answer. Fang Yan pressed his hand on the wooden door and pushed it with all his might, but the wooden door did not budge. The wooden door looked old, but it was still very sturdy. Moreover, Fang Yan's physical injuries were quite serious. Although Tianjizi used golden needles to dredge his acupoints and circulate his blood every day, he could only ensure that he could move freely on the ground. It would still be a long process for him to recover and use his strength again. With Fang Yan's current physical condition, it would be difficult for him to even deal with a strong man. It was impossible to push down this door. He ran over and walked along the high walls of the Lotus Flower Temple for a while, then helplessly ran to the front door. He knocked on the door lock again and shouted, "Phoenix, come out quickly. Senior Martial Addict has told me that you are hiding inside. Master, please open the door. Master, my girlfriend is inside. She quarreled with me and ran away. If she makes any unreasonable requests, you must not agree. Phoenix, come out quickly. You're pregnant with my child. You can't shave your head and become a nun. The child can't have a nun mother. How can he go out and meet people in the future? Abbess, please open the door and let me in. Nuns, please answer me. Is there anyone inside? Abbess, let me in. Let me go in and talk to my girlfriend. Old nuns, open the door quickly. Otherwise, I will burn down your broken temple. Don't think that I don't dare. I, Jiang Junling, can do anything. Ga, the wooden door was finally opened from the inside. A middle-aged nun in a plain robe and a round hat stood at the door, staring at Fang Yan angrily. Abbess, is my girlfriend inside? When Fang Yan spoke, he wanted to squeeze in from the side of the middle-aged nun. The middle-aged nun reached out and pushed Fang Yan's body out. She had some martial arts skills when she made a move. Fang Yan's body staggered back and said angrily, "What's so great about a little martial arts? Do you know who I am? I'm Jiang Junling from a wealthy family in Yanjing. I'm telling you, don't mess with me." The middle-aged nun glanced at Fang Yan coldly and said, "Jiang Junling, didn't you want to burn down the temple? Do you still want to burn it? Do you think I don't dare? I just didn't bring a fire, Pa." The nun raised her right hand, and a box-shaped object fell into Fang Yan's hand. "I have a fire here," the nun said. This nun was quite a character. Fang Yan held a box of matches in his hand and was trembling with anger. He growled at the middle-aged nun, "Do you think I have to burn it just because you want me to? Who do you think you are? Are you a monk or not? How can you instigate others to burn someone's temple? Do you know that you are violating the precepts? Buddha will punish you." Ba, good, good, the middle-aged nun stared at Fang Yan coldly and said, "Go back." The female benefactor said that she doesn't want to see you. "I know she doesn't want to see me," Fang Yan said with a serious face. "But I want to see her. And I have to see her." The frost on the middle-aged nun's face became thicker. Although it was said that monks should be compassionate and shouldn't have murderous thoughts, she couldn't help but want to be brutal to Fang Yan. Fang Yan saw the expression on the middle-aged nun's face and said in a deep voice, "Master, I'm not joking with you. I want to see her, and I have to see her. Let me go in and take a look. Let me say a few words to her. I know that since she came here, it means that she has made a choice in her heart. I just want to say a few more words to her and persuade her." The middle-aged nun's face eased a little. She looked at Fang Yan and said, "Since you know that she has made a decision, why do you still force her? She doesn't want to see you, and I can't do anything about it. Go back. Master, please help us. I can't live without her. If she becomes a nun, I won't be able to live. I'm sorry, I can't help you. From now on, our fate will be over. Take care of yourselves. Old nun, are you going to let me in or not? My girlfriend wants to become a nun. What's wrong with me going in to persuade her? Is your nunnery a black temple? You can only go in, but you don't want people to go out? How many people do you need? Otherwise, you will also recruit me." Presumptuous, the middle-aged nun raised her palm and was about to slap Fang Yan again. Fang Yan turned and ran. The middle-aged nun chased out of the door. After Fang Yan took her in a circle, he seized the opportunity to turn around and went into the gate of Lotus Flower Temple. "Catch up. Stop." The middle-aged nun was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She chased after Fang Yan and shouted loudly. Fang Yan ran to the door of the temple hall and stopped. Ba, ba. Fang Yan put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha in the temple hall. He had to stop because he was surrounded by a group of nuns. The skinny old nun who was the leader looked at Fang Yen and said, "Benefactor, trespassing is forbidden in a Buddhist place. Benefactor, please step out of the door and give us pitiful people a peaceful place." Fang Yen put his palms together and saluted the old nun, saying, "Master, I just want to see a friend, please help me. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I can't force others to help you." "What if your friend doesn't want to see you? What should I do?" the nun asked. "Then let her come out and tell me that she doesn't want to see me." "Benefactor, you are making things difficult for me," the old nun said unhappily. Fang Yen bowed to the crowd again and said, "I know I broke the rules of Buddhism, but please understand my sincerity. My friend is going to become a nun. If I can't stand up and do something at this critical moment, I won't be able to live in peace for the rest of my life." Fang Yen looked back at the middle-aged nun who was glaring at him and said, "Instead of that, I'd rather be beaten by you. Monks pay particular attention to mercy. Anyway, you can't beat me to death." Seeing that the nuns were speechless and would not stop him for the time being, Fang Yen hurriedly shouted to the temple hall, "Phoenix, I know you are inside, come out." No one answered. Phoenix was still unwilling to talk. "Do you think you can escape like this? Do you think you are the best choice? Just because you became a nun, you can pretend that nothing happened before? Well, even if these things didn't happen. But, what about other things? Can we also pretend that it never happened? We met when you were 10 years old, and we have known each other for 13 years now. How many rabbits have we hunted together? How many sparrows have we caught together? How many bottles of your grandpa's Mao Tai have we secretly drunk? How many times have you bandaged me when I was injured? Because you would come, I began to look forward to the winter and summer holidays every year. Because you liked to wear garlands, I went to the mountain every day to pick wildflowers for you. Because you said that Rukawa Kid was very handsome, I went to Yenjing to cut the same long hair as Rukawa Kid. You can pretend that these things never happened? Have you forgotten all of these? If you have forgotten all of them, why are you willing to use your own body to block the sword for me? If you can pretend that nothing happened, why are you so difficult between me and Bai Xiu?" Fang Yan's voice passed through the bodies of the nuns, through the temple hall, and all the way to the distant backyard. He said, "If a person doesn't care about another person at all, why would she be willing to die for that person? Phoenix, I understand your current mood. I know the reason why you don't want to see me, but before you make a choice, can you let me fulfill a wish first? I have been secretly in love with you for more than 10 years, but there is a sentence that I have never been able to say. I have no courage when I have the chance, and after I have the courage, I don't have the chance anymore. I must tell you this sentence, and I must tell you before you make a choice, and Xiao Xiao, you idiot, you already knew that I liked you." Chapter 601. There was a lotus pond in the lotus temple, and the phoenix girl was sitting by the lotus pond. The lotus had already bloomed and was nowhere to be seen. The lotus leaves couldn't stand the cold and started to wither. The yellow leaves and broken branches added a sad autumn thought. The rain continued to fall, and it didn't look like it would stop anytime soon. The raindrops fell into the pond and formed shallow ripples. It looked very beautiful. The phoenix's robe had long been soaked by the rain and stuck to her body, making her feel very uncomfortable. However, the most uncomfortable thing was her heart. The lotus pond was some distance away from the temple, but because Fang Yen was shouting so loudly, every word he said could be clearly heard in the quiet backyard. She remembered every single thing that Fang Yen had said clearly. Because she wasn't studying in Swallow Dock, she could only come over during the winter and summer holidays. Therefore, Fang Yen looked forward to the winter and summer holidays every year. After the summer holidays, he looked forward to the winter holidays, and after the winter holidays, he looked forward to the summer holidays. Because he saw her weave wild flowers into a wreath and wear it on her head, he went to the mountains every day to pick fresh wild flowers. Because she was crazy about the cool and handsome Rukawa Kid after watching Slam Dunk, he went to Yenjing and had his hair cut exactly like Rukawa Kid. At that time, she even laughed that the hairstyle made his head look bigger. She could remember everything. But, so what? After a birthday party, when all the friends at home had left, her parents solemnly brought her to the sealed study and earnestly advised her to stay away from Fang Yan. From then on, she knew that she and Fang Yan would never be together. She ignored his flattery, but she couldn't refuse his approach. She had made up her mind again and again, but each time she had planned it with the idea that tomorrow would begin. It wasn't until she realized that she couldn't control her feelings for him that she knew it was dangerous to continue developing like this. Therefore, she accepted Bai Xiu's pursuit and became his girlfriend. That was the first time she accompanied Bai Xiu to admire the snow in the village. That was the first time she held hands with a boy other than Fang Yan. That day, she saw Fang Yan, the fool who hid in the corner and did not dare to come out. She didn't know how long Fang Yan stayed in that corner, but she knew how long her heart ached. Later on, every time she returned to Swallow Dock, she would purposely walk to that corner to have a look. She really wanted to experience the feeling of that handsome and mischievous big boy curled up here, watching the girl he liked and another boy hugging and admiring the snow. What kind of feeling would that be? She really wanted to experience it. And Xiao Xiao, can you hear me? Fang Yan's voice was still clearly transmitted to her ears. There was no point in deliberately running so far away to hide. I said I like you, did you hear me? I owe you a face-to-face confession, and you owe me a face-to-face rejection. Why are you hiding like this? Phoenix's eyes reddened, and big tears rolled down her cheeks. The words of love that he couldn't say back then still made her cry like a fool. And Xiao Xiao, you know me. You know me better than anyone else, so you should understand that if you don't give me a clear answer, I won't leave. I'll sit in this temple, I'll stand guard at the entrance of this hall. I don't believe you can hide from me forever. And Xiao Xiao, come out quickly. Fang Yan's expression was conflicted as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Because he was too emotional, the wound on his chest was affected again. Fang Yan coughed violently, and his phlegm carried traces of dark red blood. Song Transplanting's palm strike was too heavy and almost took Fang Yan's life. Although he had been treated by Tianjizi, he still couldn't be too emotional. Fang Yan snuck out. With his current physical condition, if Tianjizi knew that he wanted to come out to find Phoenix, he wouldn't allow him to go out. So touching. A young nun looked at Fang Yan with a flushed face and said, if I had such a man, it would be worth dying. If he had treated me like this back then, I wouldn't have. A middle-aged nun sighed sadly. Benefactor. The old nun took out a white handkerchief from her pocket and handed it to Fang Yan, saying, don't be impatient. I'll go in and persuade her. Fang Yan took the handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth. With a face full of gratitude, he said to the old nun, thank you, master. I've disturbed the peace of Buddhism. I'm a sinner. But if I don't disturb her this time, I'm not a man. I understand. I understand. The old nun had a gentle smile on her face as she nodded and said, I've seen and heard too much about young people's love affairs. When young people make mistakes, even Buddha will forgive them. But don't be too emotional. That will hurt your body. I understand. Fang Yan nodded and said, Master, can you go in and help me persuade her again and ask her to come out and see me? I promise you. The old nun said. What if she still doesn't want to? Then I'll shout for a while more. Fang Yan said. Her heart is soft. She'll be willing. It's like this every time. When the old nun was about to go in and persuade Phoenix, she turned around and stopped. Phoenix came out. Phoenix, with messy red hair and a plain robe, stood behind the nuns. Because she was too tall, she didn't have any obstructions in the field of vision. She looked at Fang Yan with teary eyes and said in a sobbing voice, you know, this is the most embarrassing time for me to see anyone. The person I don't want to see the most is you. Why did you come here? I'm afraid that if I didn't come, I wouldn't be able to see you for the rest of my life. Fang Yan said with a smile. He was very happy that Phoenix finally appeared. "What are you doing here?" Phoenix asked. "To take you back," Fang Yan said. "Impossible," Phoenix said. "I've already decided, if you didn't knock on the door and disturb me, I would have already shaved my head and become a nun." Fang Yan laughed happily and said, "That's why I said that our fate in the mortal world is not over yet." "Why didn't you shave yesterday? Why didn't you shave the day before yesterday? Why did you shave today when I came? Not the second before, not the second after, but when I knocked on the door. Even Buddha couldn't stand it anymore and didn't want to accept you as his disciple. So, don't go against Buddha's wishes." Fang Yan reached out to Phoenix and said, "Come back with me." Phoenix shook her head and said, "Fang Yan, I'm not going back. I don't want to go back." Fang Yan became anxious and said, "How can you do that? Once our child is born, how can you take care of it by yourself? Besides, if a nun in the nunnery gives birth to a child, if this kind of thing accidentally gets out." The face of the abbot of the Lotus Temple, old nun Qingji, was pale. She looked at Phoenix with a frightened face and said, "Miss, are you pregnant?" "No," Phoenix denied. "Master, I'm not pregnant, I'm still." "He deliberately deceived you, because he didn't want you to take me in. This is his shameless style of doing things." Old nun Qingji looked at Phoenix with a solemn expression and said, "Miss, monks don't lie. Speak the truth and be honest. You can't deceive Buddha. If you are really pregnant, you should return to the secular world and get married and have children. This is a nunnery, we also have to take our reputation into consideration. If the nuns in the nunnery give birth, the impact will be too bad." Phoenix bowed to old nun Qingji and said, "Master, I'm willing to swear to Buddha that every word I said is true. Absolutely not a word of falsehood." Old nun Qingji nodded and said, "We won't meddle in the affairs of you young people. The male benefactor's eyes are clear, he's not an untrustworthy person. I hope you will reconsider." Phoenix bowed and said, "Thank you, Master." Phoenix walked in front of Fang Yan and said, "This is a quiet place of Buddhism, let's go out for a walk." "Okay," Fang Yan said. So, Phoenix walked in front and Fang Yan followed closely behind. The two walked out of the door of the Lotus Temple and walked toward the forest in front. It was drizzling, and the mountain flowers were in full bloom. The young man and woman walked on the path in the forest. The path was steep and slippery. Fang Yan carefully guarded behind Phoenix, worried that she would accidentally fall. When Fang Yan was thinking about this, Phoenix suddenly stopped, pointed to the grass in front and said, "Rabbit, I just saw a rabbit." When they were in Swallow Dock, Fang Yan and Phoenix would take a walk in the back mountain. Every time they saw animals like rabbits and pheasants, Phoenix would be so happy, as if she had discovered a new continent. Every time that happened, Fang Yan would pick up a stone from the ground and throw it over. Pa! After a crisp sound, the rabbit or pheasant would become food in their pot. When he was with Fang Yan never thought about his image. He was willing to show his truest side to her. He wouldn't pretend to be gentle, and he wouldn't pretend to be kind. He wouldn't deliberately show that he liked small animals, he really liked them. He really liked to eat them. While speaking, her feet slipped, and her body tilted and fell down the slope. Fang Yan was overjoyed, knowing that his chance to be a hero and save the beauty had come. He leaned forward and reached out to hug Phoenix's body. His body felt like it was being torn apart, and his movements became a little slow because of illness. He was a step too slow. Crack! Phoenix's body fell heavily onto the wet haystack. "Fang Yan," Phoenix shouted through gritted teeth, "you should let me be a monk." Chapter 602. I didn't do it on purpose. Fang Yan crouched down and tried to help Phoenix up in a flurry. Just as he lifted the Phoenix's body, the sole of his shoes slipped, and he fell to the ground because of the moss on the stone. At this time, Fang Yan had lost control of his body. Pa! His body was heavily pressed against Phoenix's chest, and the two of them heavily collided. If it weren't for the soft flesh below, the wound on his chest would have been torn open. Phoenix was pressed under Fang Yan's body. She didn't struggle, nor did she scream. It was as if she was lying on a big bed at home. She looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes and said, "Is this what you've always wanted to do?" "No." Fang Yan quickly denied. After a pause, he said, "I wasn't very sensible before, so I had some unhealthy thoughts." Phoenix sighed softly and said, "Yes. You weren't very sensible before, so you had these unhealthy thoughts. After you became sensible, you began to have unhealthy thoughts about others. Now you want to do this kind of thing to Yiro? Unfortunately, you can only think about it. You can't beat her anyway." Phoenix looked at Fang Yan and said, "Although I didn't refuse, are you going to keep lying on top of me and chat like this?" "No, no. I'm going to get up after a rest," Fang Yan said. He got up from Phoenix's arms and pulled Phoenix up from the ground. Phoenix's back was soaked by the water stains on the grass. Her red hair was also wet and messy, like a red flame. Phoenix's personality had always been arrogant and domineering. She was like a thorny rose, a woman who always existed like a flame. But after this incident, this flame was completely extinguished. She lost her original spirit and vitality, and her eyes began to become timid and evasive. That incident hurt her too deeply, and it would be difficult for her to recover in a short time. Phoenix looked around and pointed to a big stone in the forest and said, "Let's not go. Let's sit there for a while." "Okay." Fang Yan nodded. The stone was a little wet, so Fang Yan took off his coat and spread it on the stone. The two of them sat shoulder to shoulder. They had a lot of things to say, but when they sat down together, they didn't know how to start. It was a pus scar, a scar. Even if you wanted to open the wound and apply medicine on it, it would be the most painful when you applied the medicine. Fang Yan was afraid that he would say something wrong and once again hurt the sensitive nerves of the phoenix. From the beginning to the end, they never talked about Bai Xiu. They never mentioned that name. Because it was a curse that could not be undone, but one that he wanted to forget forever. "Fang Yan, you shouldn't have come." Just as Fang Yan was hesitating about what to say, Phoenix took the initiative to start the conversation. "I told you, if I didn't come, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Fang Yan said with a smile. He pulled out a sugarcane grass from beside his feet and gently sucked the sweet juice from the grass root. This was something they often liked to do when they were young. Phoenix also pulled out a sugarcane grass and put it in her mouth. She said, "Before you came, I was hoping that you wouldn't come. Because I was afraid that after you came, I wouldn't know what kind of expression to use to meet you. I also wouldn't know what to say to you. I don't want to say sorry, but I really did wrong you." "There's no need to say sorry, you didn't do anything wrong to me," Fang Yan said. "Even if you did, you've already paid it back. What could be more valuable than using your life to make up for it?" "I wasn't making up for it. At the time, I thought, just dying like that is fine," Phoenix said in a low voice, "because living is too tiring." "I understand," Fang Yan nodded. "The past is the past, we don't need to talk about it anymore, but you have to go back with me." "Go back?" Phoenix smiled and asked, "Go back to where?" "Home. Or anywhere else," Fang Yan stubbornly said, "but not here." "Fang Yan, don't force me." "Don't force me, okay?" Phoenix looked at Fang Yan with a pleading expression and said, "I can't go back, and I don't want to go back. Where can I go? If I go back home, how will I face the way my family looks at me? If I go back to Swallow Dock, how will I face their comments about me?" "Go abroad." "Go abroad," Fang Yan said. At that time, Li Yun had wanted to send Shangxin abroad, but he intercepted her and brought her back. From Fang Yan's point of view, it might be a good choice for Phoenix to go abroad. After all, no matter how dissatisfied the Yin family was with this woman, they probably wouldn't kill her to keep her quiet. "No matter where I go, they will be able to find me. I can't escape, and I don't have a way to escape," even if they can't find me, can I live a safe and sound life and pretend that nothing has happened? Fang Yan, it's not that I can't get past others, but I can't get past myself. I have too many distracting thoughts in my mind, and the guilt in my heart is too deep. I will be tortured by these thoughts until I go crazy. Phoenix's eyes were bloodshot as she spoke, and she looked like she was about to go crazy. I know that you don't feel good, but things have already developed to this stage, and we have to consider the best solution. I don't think that it's the best solution for you to become a nun. I think so, Phoenix said. No matter how dissatisfied they are with me, will they still make things difficult for a nun who has become a nun? Also, during the days I've been living on the mountain, I feel extremely peaceful. If I serve Buddha wholeheartedly and study Buddhist scriptures, the pain in my heart will be reduced by a lot. This is exactly what I need. Fang Yan, before I made this choice, I was at a loss and didn't know what to do. I didn't know what my next step should be, and I also didn't know what my future would be like. However, after I made my choice, my mind immediately calmed down. I know better than anyone that this is the state I want the most. Don't try to persuade me anymore, okay? Fang Yan was silent. He was not willing to accept such an outcome. However, he did not want to add more troubles to Phoenix. He hoped that she would be able to get through this. Phoenix reached out her hand to stroke Fang Yan's face. Using her fingers, she gently smoothed out Fang Yan's furrowed brows and said, Fang Yan, I didn't want you to come, but I am still very happy that you did. Women are always so contradictory. Just like what you said earlier, let's let go of everything that happened in the past. Let's act as if we've just met today. Fang Yan, promise me, okay? Okay, Fang Yan gritted his teeth and said. I want to drink strong liquor, Phoenix said. Okay. On the way down the mountain, I saw a farmer's family. I'll go find them and buy some meat. With Fang Yan's current physical condition, it was unrealistic to use stones to kill rabbits and pheasants. The best way would be to find a hunter in the mountains to buy these things. The people living in the mountains would certainly not be lacking in game. I want to eat ambush from 10 sides, Phoenix said. Okay, I'll borrow a pot from them and make ambush from 10 sides for you. Fang Yan glanced at Phoenix, then got up and ran back the way he came. Phoenix stared at Fang Yan's back in a daze. She chewed the sugar cane grass in her mouth and swallowed it into her stomach. It was as if she was Fang Yan. Fang Yan quickly returned. He carried a sack on his shoulder and a large pot in his hand. Fang Yan placed the pot on the ground, then took out the contents of the sack one by one. Every time he took out something, he would introduce it to Phoenix as if it was a treasure, just like the first time he took her to the mountains to hunt rabbits for ambush from 10 sides. This is dried rabbit, this is half a pheasant, they only have this half in their house, this is the dough they sent, they originally used to make pot stickers at night, but I borrowed it, this is oil and salt, this is dried chili from their wall. Fang Yan took out a white plastic bucket from his pocket and said, You didn't expect this, did you? They also have loose spirits. I just took a sip. It's not as clear as Swallow Doc's Shoudao, but it's still very good. That big brother said there's at least 3 caddies of it. I haven't touched white wine for a long time, let's have a good drink later. Fang Yan copied Swallow Doc's style and used a few large stones to build a simple stove on a piece of dry land. After washing the large pot in the stream, he put it on the stove. Then he cleaned the rabbit and pheasant, cut them into large pieces with a knife, and put them into the pot one by one. He grabbed a handful of wild mushrooms and wild beans and threw them in together, then added a certain amount of stream water. Because it had just rained, the most difficult step was to find hay and firewood. Of course, this was not a problem for Fang Yan. He dug out a few rabbit holes, inside of which were soft and dry weeds. Then he pulled out some old branches from under some rocks that had not fallen in the rain, and then used a lighter from a farmer's house to light the hay. The fire burned fiercely. Phoenix happily helped to light the fire, and from time to time, she would laugh like a silver bell when she heard Fang Yan's words. Her laughter traveled far, the most beautiful sound of nature in this forest. This scene was so familiar, it was exactly the same as when they were ambushed from 10 sides in Swallow Dock. When the soup was boiling, the meat was cooked. Fang Yen poured the oil, salt, and seasonings he had prepared into the pot. Then, he threw in a handful of chili and poured in some spirits. The large pot began to emit a fragrant aroma, and even the steam that came out from it could not help but greedily suck it into their lungs. Fang Yen opened the barrel, gulped down a mouthful, and then handed the barrel to Phoenix in front of him. Phoenix took the barrel, raised her head, and gulped down a big mouthful. Eat meat. Fang Yen handed the chopsticks he had cut from a tree branch to Phoenix. Phoenix took the chopsticks, picked up a rabbit leg from the pot, and began to eat. The rabbit leg that had just come out of the pot was too hot, and Phoenix ate it too quickly, so she would occasionally spit out her tongue to blow out a breath of cold air. However, she still greedily ate without a care. She chewed the rabbit meat in a sorry state, and big drops of tears flowed down her cheeks. From now on, there would be no more Phoenix. Chapter 603. Fang Yen picked up a rabbit leg from the pot and took a bite, only to find that the meat was too salty. Originally, when the hunters air-dried the rabbit, they would rub salt on it, but Fang Yen just threw a handful of salt in. As a result, this pot of ambush from 10 sides became very heavy. Fang Yen glanced at Phoenix and saw that she was eating heartily as if she didn't notice it at all. "It's too salty," Fang Yen said. The meat was salty, and so were the tears. So, for the time being, Phoenix couldn't tell whether it was the meat or the tears that dripped on the meat that were salty. Hearing Fang Yan's words, Phoenix discreetly wiped her eyes with her sleeve and said, "Drink some wine to calm it down." As she spoke, she handed the wine barrel in her hand to Fang Yen. Without a cup, they could only drink with their mouths aimed at the opening of the barrel. In Swallow Dock, they often did this, and they still did it now. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, this was no different from an indirect kiss. Fang Yen took the barrel and took a big gulp. He said with a smile, "I've eaten all kinds of dishes in the world, but the one I want to eat the most is still this ambush from 10 sides that we created." Phoenix nodded and said, "Yes. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to eat it in the future. How can that be?" Fang Yen said with a smile, "Whenever you want to eat it, I'll make it for you. What if you and Yi Rura got married?" "Then I'll make it for you secretly," Fang Yen said. Pfft, Phoenix squinted her eyes and laughed. If other men were to answer this question, they would definitely brag about how high their status in the family is, and what they say is the law, and their wives have no say at all. Only married men would dare to do that. Anyway, their wives have already been tricked into coming home. Fang Yen said with a smile, "If an unmarried man dared to say that, which woman would be willing to marry him?" "You have to look further." Phoenix looked at Fang Yen with gentle eyes and said, "You're always different from what others think." "Not really. Apart from being a little more handsome than Li Xiaotian and the others, I'm not much different from them in other aspects, drinking wine, eating meat from bowls, and bragging loudly. It's the nature of men, you know." "Are they all right?" Phoenix asked. "Not bad," Fang Yen said with a smile. "They're all fine." During Zhu Zaidan's special training in the North Sea, it was said that her family's 10,000 elephants fist, which had been stagnant for a long time, was showing signs of making another breakthrough. If he broke through again, he would become the second person in the younger generation of the Zhu clan to enter the 10,000 phenomenon formation. Li Xiaotian was doing business with his brother in Beijing. With the help of the Maple Leaf Society, his business was booming. Wan Xian's work is the hardest. He follows Yi Daoling as a confidential secretary. Although this kid keeps complaining, his personality has become much more mature and steady. When friends met, it was natural for them to talk about each other's friends. Zhu Zaidan, Li Xiaotian, Wan Xian, and the others were all good friends of Fang Yen and Phoenix. They shared many common memories. Back then, Fang Yen had attacked the Phoenix with the help or cover of these companions. The offensive was fierce, but in the end, the Lone Ranger by Xiao took down the Phoenix. This made everyone feel a little sad and disappointed. Later, everyone went to the back of the mountain to drink a dozen liters of shadaozi, ate a pot of 10 noodles ambush, and cried for a while. After watching Fang Yan brag for a few hours, the pain in their hearts lessened a little. I haven't seen them for a long time, I really miss them. Phoenix said with a smile. If they know that I've become a nun, will they be shocked? And Xiao, Fang Yan shouted angrily. He didn't like to hear Phoenix talk about this topic. They will definitely be shocked. Especially Wan Qian. His personality is the softest, and he likes to cry. If he knows that I've become a nun, maybe he will cry. No one wants to hear this news. Fang Yan, just now at Lotus Temple, you said that you owe me a face-to-face confession, and I owe you a face-to-face rejection. Now, can you confess to me one more time? Phoenix looked at Fang Yan expectantly, her right hand tightly gripping the rabbit's leg, afraid that Fang Yan would refuse her rude request. Fang Yan looked at Phoenix seriously and said, I like you for many years. For a very, very long time, I felt that I couldn't live without you. I liked you until I saw you in Bai Xiu's arms, admiring the snow in the village. After seeing that scene, I decided that I didn't like you anymore. But when I thought about it, I liked you for many years. Phoenix's eyes filled with tears again. She sobbed and said, I really don't want to refuse. Then, she shook her head desperately, shaking off the ripples in her heart. She said, but I still want to refuse. Fang Yan, I'm sorry. I can't accept you. I couldn't accept you in the past, and I definitely won't accept you in the future. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, You're really cruel. You rejected me twice in one go. I won't do such things in the future. Phoenix was once again amused by Fang Yan. She wiped away the tears in her eyes and said, I won't let you do such things in the future either. She reached out and snatched the wine barrel from Fang Yan's hand. Then, she took a big gulp and said, When did you start to dislike me? Until you met Yiro. Fang Yan shook his head and said, You should know that at that time, I only had eyes for you. I felt that even 100 Yiros couldn't compare to you. I even did something stupid like writing a love letter to Yiro under Bai Xiu's name. I felt that if I did that, you would be mine alone. And now, Yiro has replaced you. Fang Yan didn't hide anything and said with incomparable sincerity. He wouldn't hurt another woman for the sake of comforting her. That would be unfair to Yiro. Is she good to you? Yes. I know she's good to you. Phoenix said with red eyes, To be honest, I don't care about all the women in Swallow Dock, but I have a natural hostility towards Yiro. Although you didn't like her at that time and always spoke ill of her in front of me. But the more you said, the more worried I was. I was worried that you would fall in love with her. I was worried that she would replace my place in your heart. So, every time I saw you walking with her, I was especially angry. Every time that happened, I would pretend to meet you by chance, deliberately showing how intimate we were, saying something deliberately to make her angry. I know it's stupid and childish of me to do that, but I can't help but do it. Fang Yan, I'm not a smart woman. I'm also not a determined woman. There are many things that I can't see as clearly as Yiro. I'm trapped in a cocoon of my own making. I'm tightly entangled by one net after another. I can't move my hands and feet, and even breathing is extremely difficult. I used to often think about this problem. If only I could do it, how good it would be. I used to like to read romance novels, in which the young ladies of rich and powerful families resolutely elope with their loved ones. At that time, I thought, how good it would be if I could do it. But I just couldn't make such a decision. Day after day, year after year, we wait for it. When I needed to make a choice between the two of us, when the conflict was about to erupt, I did such a stupid thing. Fang Yan, you don't know how ashamed I was the second you tore off my veil. I was so ashamed that I couldn't show my face. At that time, I really wanted to stab myself with a sword. All my choices were wrong. All my steps were on the wrong beat. I was the most stupid and cowardly woman in the world. And Xiao Xiao. Fang Yan, do you remember the question I asked you on Mount Sword? Yes. Fang Yan nodded. You asked me if I knew why you're called Phoenix. The name Phoenix was given by me, the Phoenix said. When I was a child, I read a novel about Phoenix. The book said that Phoenix is the messenger of happiness in the world. Every 500 years, it has to carry all the unhappiness and hatred accumulated in the world and throw itself into the raging fire to burn itself. It uses the end of its life and beauty to exchange for peace and happiness in the world. Similarly, after experiencing great pain and suffering, it can be reborn with a better body. Fang Yan, I can't wait for 500 years. I can't even hold on for 5 days. I want to carry the unhappiness and hatred on my body and throw myself into the raging fire to burn myself. I want happiness. I want to be reborn. Phoenix reached out and held Fang Yan's hand. This time, let me listen to the choice of my heart. Let me make my own decision. I know that I was wrong for the first half of my life. Let me make my own choice this time. The Phoenix stood up and walked in front of Fang Yan. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked Fang Yan's hair. He said, I will burn incense and pray for you in front of Buddha every day. I will bless you with a lifetime of happiness. Phoenix left. The firewood was still burning and the meat soup was fragrant. The 3 liters of liquor had been emptied. Fang Yan held the empty barrel. After pouring out the last drop of liquor, he threw the barrel far away. Clang! The plastic barrel hit a rock and bounced back. It fell into the stream and flowed downstream. It was unknown where it would end up. In the beginning, I only believed. What was great was emotion. In the end, I was powerless to see. What was strong was fate. Love is like a song. Hate is like a song. Goodbye, and Xiao Xiao. Goodbye, my first love. Chapter 604. Below was the yellow springs, above was the extreme cold. The extreme cold was the land of extreme cold that people talked about. Many people thought that the land of extreme cold was the same as the yellow springs of hell, that it was a myth. But what they did not know was that the yellow springs of hell did not exist. After all, no one had been there, and even if they did, there was no way to report back. But the land of extreme cold really did exist. It was just that it was difficult for ordinary people to find and reach safely. The average temperature here was 50 degrees Celsius, and the lowest temperature was 70 degrees Celsius. Once the temperature reached a certain degree, it was not suitable for human habitation. Therefore, on this isolated and unknown land of glaciers, you could not see any other humans. Even some cold-resistant animals and plants were rare. Snow. The entire world was covered in snow. A world covered in ice and snow should be bright, or even dazzling. But the color of the sky here was dusky. It was covered in fog all year round, as if it was covered by a huge gray curtain. Because the weather was too cold, even the fog in the air was frozen, and there was a slight feeling of being cut apart. Crack, 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 a tall man covered in animal fur walked step by step in the snow. Every step he took would leave a deep hole in the world of ice and snow. Behind him, there was a long row of footprints. Those footprints looked lonely, just like their owner. His eyebrows were covered in ice, and his eyes were as cold as ice. His hair was loose and knotted, and he looked like a wild man in the wilderness. No, he looked even worse than a wild man in the wilderness. Because he could not remember how long it had been since he last combed his hair. His full beard protected his mouth and nose, and it did have the effect of resisting the cold. The man held a long spear over 10 feet long in his hand. The tip of the spear dragged in the snow, making a rustling sound, as if the owner of the spear did not have the strength to carry it. Either they return home, or the snow empire will be buried. This was what the old drunkard Emochingdi had said when he left Swallow Dock. It was not some heroic speech, nor was it to cut off a path of retreat to encourage himself. He did not need this. Too many things had happened in Swallow Dock, and the Feng family was in danger. Feng Yixing, whom he regarded as his elder brother, had died tragically. Feng Yan was deeply affected and was unable to recover, so he decided to observe mourning for 3 years. Emochingdi knew that Feng Yan made such a decision out of guilt. He blamed himself for being a step too slow and not being able to bring his father back from the ambush in time. How could he not feel guilty? The enemy had already come to their doorstep. As the former Huaxia Azure Dragon, as a member of the Feng family, there was nothing he could do. When he arrived with his silver spear, all he saw was the scene of Feng Yan holding Feng Yixing's corpse and wailing. How could he not feel sad? He could have been faster. He could have saved them from this disaster in the past. However, because the meridians in his body were broken, it was difficult for him to use his energy. Having a mountain of treasures but being unable to use them, how cruel was this feeling for a former king-level figure? Therefore, Emochingdi prepared a generous gift and went to see the medicine addict, asking him to check his pulse. The medicine addict's prescription was to use the rare blood of the ice dragon to heal Emochingdi's broken meridians. Although the ice dragon liked the cold, its body belonged to the fire attribute. Its blood was like fire. Drinking it could make one's blood boil and cure all kinds of diseases. However, even the medicine addict only deduced from the records in the medical books that there was a possibility of finding the ice dragon in the land of extreme cold. As for what the ice dragon looked like and what its habits were, he had no idea. Emochingdi still made his choice. He chose to believe in the medicine addict and agreed to his harsh conditions. He came to this land of extreme cold alone with his spear. Instead of living like a useless person, it was better to die far away from the crowd. This was Emochingdi's persistence, his last pride. Emochingdi had been here for more than 3 years, maybe even longer. Anyway, he could not remember clearly. There was no day or night here. Whether it was day or night, the sky was always gray. When it snowed, it would be slightly brighter. Fortunately, it snowed frequently here. Emochingdi called the time when it snowed as his day. It was also his time to move around. Because it had just snowed heavily, the snowy ground was a vast expanse of whiteness. Nothing could be seen. Not even the tiny footprints of animals could be seen. Hiss, 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 there was the faint sound of something hissing, but it was almost inaudible in the howling wind. However, it could not escape Emochingdi's ears. Emochingdi stopped in his tracks and stood still on the spot. Just then, a snow-white object broke through the thick layer of snow and sprang up from the ground. It lunged towards Emochingdi's exposed palm and bit at it. A flame rat. A rat that had mutated in an extremely harsh environment. Their black fur had turned red, and their black skin had turned white. They looked very cute. However, perhaps because of the lack of resources in the land of extreme cold, they were greedy and bloodthirsty. They would not let go of any prey that could become their food. They did not like to live in the ice and snow, but in the volcanic areas of the land of extreme cold. It was a volcano, also covered in ice and snow, but at least the rocks and soil there could give them some warmth. For a long time, Emochingdi survived by eating this kind of flame rat. Later, Emochingdi discovered a kind of snow snake. After it was frozen, it was cut with a knife, and its meat was even more delicious and tender. Humans needed something to eat. Even if you were Huaxia, the Azure Dragon was no exception. Emochingdi was no stranger to this kind of rat. He had countless experiences in dealing with this kind of flame rat. Therefore, when the flame rat jumped up and bit his arm, he suddenly let go of the gun in his hand. Then, with a flip of his wrist, the flame rat that weighed 1 kilogram was caught in the palm of his hand. He gently pressed down with his thumb, and the flame rat's neck gave off a crisp sound before it was broken by him. With practiced movements, Mo Qingdi tossed the mouse into the mixed grain sack that he always carried with him. Then, with a flick of his foot, the handle of the spear that was about to fall into the snow flew up into the air and was caught by Mo Qingdi in his hand. Just like before, he dragged the spear forward again. Thirsty to drink snow water, hungry to eat snow snakes and flame rats, trapped in an ice cave. He lived on with determination. Day after day, year after year. This was the state of his daily life. He did not know what the ice dragon looked like, and he did not know where the ice dragon was. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to search. Like a lonely ghost in this land of extreme coldness, he walked through all the places that he had not been to before. Rumble, a thunderous sound came from afar. Mo Qingdi's expression froze. He stood still and looked into the distance. In the few years that he had been here, it often snowed in this land of extreme coldness, but there had never been thunder or lightning. Because everyone knew that this kind of sound could bring about a terrible consequence, a chain of avalanches. Once the avalanches spread out for thousands of miles, it would be a disaster. Even Mo Qingdi, the Azure Dragon, did not have the confidence that he could run thousands of miles in such a harsh environment. The key was that his speed was faster than the speed of the glacier. That was a power that even the gods could not contend against. Mo Qingdi had to be careful. He waited for a while, but the rumbling sound did not come again. This gave Mo Qingdi a little peace of mind. A gust of wind blew over. There was a strange yet familiar scent in the wind. Mo Qingdi frowned. Holding his spear, he ran back in the direction he came from. He smelled danger. Rumble, a sound that was more deafening and longer than before, rang out again. It was as if a sleeping beast had just awakened and was declaring its sovereignty over this territory to the outside world. Bang! A plume of black smoke rose into the sky, and then a fiery red rainbow spread across the sky. No, that was not a real rainbow, it was a rock ore that erupted from a volcano. The colorful boiling substances dispersed in the sky, incinerating all the snow and mist that came into contact with them. They fell from the sky with billowing white smoke, and then collapsed in all directions. They were demons of the human world, and nothing could stop them. The place where they landed became a deep pit. The pit grew larger and larger, and expanded to the surrounding area. Crack, crack, the sound of ice breaking came from the high mountains, and then large chunks of ice and snow rolled down towards the flat tundra. With the force of Mount Tai, they were about to destroy all living things that stood in their way. Mo Qingdi smelled the sulfur in the air in advance, so he ran in time, and at the most crucial moment. Based on the area he was in, if he did not turn and run in advance, he might have been swallowed by the volcanic rocks that fell from the sky. Mo Qingdi ran very boldly, running with all his might. He ran like a wild beast with disheveled hair. Of course, there would be beasts who would not accept that he was a wild beast. This was because while he was madly running, a snow-white dog-like object actually surpassed his speed. It opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue as it ran in front of him with a whizzing sound. An ice dragon. Mo Qingdi's eyes brightened, and the pores on his body became transparent. Although he had never seen a real ice dragon, not even a picture of one, he knew in his heart that this was the ice dragon he had been searching for. All his efforts seemed to have paid off. Even at this critical moment of life and death, Mo Qingdi was still grateful to the heavens. Chapter 605. The greatest torment in life was despair. He searched day and night. He walked through every corner of this land of extreme coldness. Every step he took could circle around Yanjing City countless times. However, he had never seen an ice dragon before. In fact, he didn't even find any clues related to it. At this time, Mo Qingdi's heart began to waver. Was there an ice dragon? If not, what was the point of persisting? But if he didn't persist, what would he do? Would he go back with this broken body and witness the decline of the Fang family? Or would he die with them? The Fang family needed a man to stand up. If it wasn't Fang Yan, it would be him. If Fang Yan wasn't ready, then he would have to stand up for him for a while or a lifetime. If he wasn't ready, all the burden would be on Fang Yan alone. Most importantly, some of the hatred started because of him. If he couldn't stand up again, what would he do if they saw Fang Yan as a target for revenge? According to the extraordinary medical record, it was shaped like a dragon and had horns like ice. In other words, it should be a little transparent dragon. Why did the ice dragon he saw now look like a dog? A small transparent dog with a sharp horn and a tongue sticking out as it ran for its life? Just as Mo Qingdi was looking at the little transparent dog with excitement, the little transparent dog even turned around to look at Mo Qingdi. There was a hint of mockery in its eyes. Mo Qingdi's expression froze. What was it trying to say? Was it trying to tell him that he couldn't run as fast as a dog? Kacha, kacha, the sound of the avalanche was endless. The entire glacial land was rumbling and shaking. The mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. It was as if the world was about to collapse. Mo Qingdi ran even faster. The ice dragon that had been leading the way also sped up. Clang, 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 this was the sound of Mo Qingdi's big feet stomping on the snow. Every step he took seemed like he was going to make a big hole in the ground. Swoosh, 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 the little transparent dog landed without a sound. Its body seemed to be one with the snow. Every time she leapt, she would draw a beautiful arc in the air before landing nimbly a few meters away. It didn't look like it was running. It looked like the wind was pushing it forward. Its speed far surpassed Mo Qingdi, so it was no wonder that it looked down on Mo Qingdi. A man and a beast. The beast was leading the way while the man followed closely behind. Mo Qingdi suddenly realized that he and this ice dragon had become a pair of brothers in hardship. If the lava rolled over and the glacier covered them, both of them would face the same fate. They would either be incinerated by the rock ores or buried by the glacier and turned into an iceberg fossil. The cracking sounds behind them became more and more rapid, and the ground beneath their feet also began to split apart, forming countless cracks of varying sizes. Some of the cracks were unfathomably deep, and if one were to fall into them, they might never be able to climb out again. What was worse was that the rumbling sounds of volcanic eruptions were incessant. One hot rock or after another was sent into the sky by them, and then turned into a colorful waterfall that poured down on the glacier. It seemed like this was just the beginning, and no one knew when it would end. The volcano was enraged. It was as if it wanted to issue an ultimate challenge to the glacier that had covered it for thousands of years. Either the flames would melt the glacier and turn it into its captive, or the glacier would extinguish the flames and turn it into a defeated opponent. However, whether it was the flames or the glacier, Mo Qingdi and the transparent dog running in front of him could not contend against them. Sometimes, the saying, "man can conquer nature," seemed like a joke. The glacier beneath their feet was cracking faster and faster, and the cracking sounds were incessant. Mo Qingdi could already feel the rolling heat waves behind him. It was the hot magma that was sent here by the cold wind ahead of time. Mo Qingdi knew that he had to make a change. They couldn't outrun the speed of the glacier's collapse, and they couldn't outrun the lava. They were humans, and their physical strength would soon be exhausted. Especially with Mo Qingdi's current physical condition, he couldn't hold on for too long. He had to make a change. But, how? Behind him was the collapsing glacier and boiling lava, and in front of him was an endless expanse of ice and snow. Where could he run to? Just as Mo Qingdi was making a difficult decision in his heart, the transparent dog running in front of him suddenly changed direction. Left. Mo Qingdi hesitated for a moment, then followed closely behind it and turned left. Although Mo Qingdi had lived in this extremely cold place for many years, he was not familiar with the terrain at all. There was no way to familiarize himself with it. There was no map to check, no navigation to use, there were only mountains and hills, and the whole world was covered in snow. No one knew what was hidden under the snow. Mo Qingdi didn't know the way, but he knew that Ice Dragon must be familiar with the terrain. Ice dragon was a long-lived species. With its current size and running speed, Mo Qing-di suspected that it had lived for at least a few decades or even 100 years. It could be considered a native of this glacier, and Mo Qing-di was just an intruder. Perhaps, Ice Dragon could help Mo Qing-di through this life and death situation. As Mo Qing-di thought of this, he spread out his body and followed closely behind Ice Dragon. In order not to slow down, he even threw away the spear in his hand. When Ice Dragon turned left, Mo Qing-di turned left. When Ice Dragon turned right, Mo Qing-di turned right. When Ice Dragon jumped up the hill, Mo Qing-di followed. As they ran, the rumbling sound behind them gradually faded away. The scorching hot wind that made one's skin tighten and hair burn also disappeared. When Ice Dragon's body stopped, Mo Qing-di realized that they had entered a large ice cave. The surface area of this ice cave was so large that it didn't look like it was man-made. Moreover, the inverted ice pillars hanging down from the cave were strangely shaped and sparkling. Mo Qing-di looked at Ice Dragon, and Ice Dragon looked back at Mo Qing-di. There was a trace of a smile on its face. It looked very proud of itself. It really is a demon. Mo Qing-di thought in his heart. Mo Qing-di came to this extremely cold place with only one purpose, to find Ice Dragon and extract its blood and meridians to heal his broken body. According to common sense, now that they were out of danger, and Ice Dragon was standing right in front of them, it should be time to act, right? But here came the problem. Ice Dragon had just saved Mo Qing-di's life. No matter how much Mo Qing-di didn't want to admit it, he couldn't deny the fact that he was able to survive in such a dangerous environment mainly because of this invisible little dog's guidance. Otherwise, he would have been covered by the glaciers and burned into gas by the lava. If Mo Qing-di wanted to heal his body and meridians, then he would have to kill Ice Dragon, collect its blood and extract its meridians, but if he did that, how could he face the gratitude of saving his life just now? Perhaps to many people, Ice Dragon was just an animal, and an animal's duty was to contribute. Who would blame you for killing an animal? But Mo Qing-di was a person who sought the path of martial arts. If he wanted to progress in martial arts, he must keep his heart at ease and his mind clear. If it did that, there would be a crack in his martial arts heart. Perhaps it wouldn't affect him now, but it would be magnified infinitely in his martial arts journey in the future. It would become a stain in his heart. How could he seek the path of martial arts? How could he achieve the path of martial arts? A man and a beast stared at each other in silence. Mo Qing-di's mouth was gasping for air, and Ice Dragon was also breathing softly. In front of Mo Qing-di's mouth was a large cloud of mist, and in front of Ice Dragon was a small cloud of mist. Someone or a dog had to break the awkward atmosphere. The host dog obviously didn't have such awareness, so this was something only Mo Qing-di could do. Mo Qing-di took out a flame rat from his snack bag and gently tossed it in front of Ice Dragon. Just like how men pass each other cigarettes when they meet. Mo Qing-di didn't smoke, so he took out his snack bag and gave it to Ice Dragon as a gesture of goodwill. Mo Qing-di made an inviting gesture, indicating that Ice Dragon should enjoy the food he gave him. Ice Dragon glanced at the flame rat thrown by Mo Qing-di, then turned around and walked into the depths of the cave. Not long after, it once again ran in front of Mo Qing-di. Slap! It threw the thing in its mouth in front of Mo Qing-di. Mo Qing-di looked at it and was instantly shocked. 9-petal snow lotus. This kind of snow lotus has 9 petals, and it takes 3 years for each petal to grow. Moreover, this kind of 9-petal snow lotus can only grow in extremely cold places. It can't exist in other places. As Mo Qing-di stared at the snow lotus with his mouth wide open, Ice Dragon once again turned around and ran into the cave. Slap! Another object was thrown in front of Mo Qing-di. Baby ginseng. This kind of mountain ginseng was shaped like a child, hence its name. It was said that it could only be found under the icebergs in extremely cold places. But the icebergs were covered with layers of ice. How would you know where to find ginseng? Slap! Some kind of fiery red fruit of unknown origin. Slap, a red carp weighing dozens of kilograms. There was an ice river under the glacier, and the red carp was a special product of the ice river. Its meat was delicious, and it was highly nutritious. In the second year of Mo Qingdi's arrival in the extremely cold places, he accidentally caught a red carp weighing 1 kilogram in the ice river. Mo Qingdi only had a few meals with that fish, and it was the best food he had ever eaten since he arrived in this extremely cold place. Most of the time, he ate flame rats, and only when he wanted to improve his life could he eat snow snakes. Slap, slap, slap. Ice Dragon's speed was very fast, so in front of Mo Qingdi, there was a small mountain of all kinds of rare and delicious food. Finally, Ice Dragon stopped running back into the cave, but looked at Mo Qingdi provocatively, and used its nose to point at the food it threw in front of Mo Qingdi, meaning, "Eat, I have plenty of food." "You flaunt your wealth like this." Mo Qingdi's voice was dry, and the flame rat thrown in front of Ice Dragon looked even more pitiful. "It's not too safe, is it?" Chapter 606. Fang Yan had shown an amazing capacity for alcohol since he was very young. But because of his mediocre behavior, he was Mo Qingdi's second favorite drinking buddy. In first place was Yuan Rou. Once, Mo Qingdi had just finished a new jar of wine and invited Fang Yan over to taste it. When Mo Qingdi placed his hand-brewed Shadaozi in front of Fang Yan only glanced at it disdainfully, then ran back to his room and brought back a box of Maotai. The box of wine was as old as the Maotai factory was built. It was said that Phoenix stole it from her grandfather. Mo Qingdi was so angry that he drank the entire box of wine. When Mo Qingdi first saw this transparent dog, he felt a little familiar, but he couldn't figure out what was so familiar about it. He thought it was a subconscious feeling, that this was the ice dragon that he had to find in his destiny. He saw the disdainful look in the transparent dog's eyes when it saw the flame rat, and the triumphant look when it crazily moved its treasures in front of him for him to enjoy. It was exactly the same face as Fang Yan when he was young. From their expressions to their actions, this transparent dog was practically a miniature version of Fang Yan. And they were equally shameless. In real life, people like to call people who like to show off their wealth a dog. Now Mo Qingdi saw with his own eyes a transparent dog running in front of him to show off its wealth. Moreover, even someone as knowledgeable as Mo Qingdi could not help but admit that this dog was truly rich. It was practically overflowing with wealth. Seeing that Mo Qingdi was standing there motionless, Ice Dragon thought that he was too embarrassed to enjoy, so it came over with a red fruit in its mouth and took the initiative to walk toward Mo Qingdi. Mo Qingdi's heart trembled, and he looked at Ice Dragon with a face full of surprise. It trusted me. It believed that I would not hurt it, so it unscrupulously took the initiative to approach me. This feeling of being inexplicably trusted is really good, so good that people can't bear to break it. Mo Qingdi held out his hand, and Ice Dragon put the fruit in its mouth into Mo Qingdi's palm, then raised its head and looked at him expectantly. Mo Qingdi grabbed a handful of snow and wiped the fruit, washing away Ice Dragon's saliva, and then took a bite of the red fruit. Crunch, crisp, sweet, and juicy. This was the tastiest fruit Mo Qingdi had ever eaten. Mo Qingdi grinned and shoved the remaining half of the fruit into his mouth. The Ice Dragon was also very happy. It jumped up and down in front of Mo Qingdi with an adorable expression that said, "I told you it was delicious, now you know I didn't lie. I can't kill you." Mo Qingdi looked at Ice Dragon and said. He looked at the little transparent dog as if he was looking at a young Fang Yan. How could he bear to kill it? Just like how it was impossible for him to kill Fang Yan, because Fang Yan was like his child. Ice Dragon did not understand what Mo Qingdi was saying, it only saw Mo Qingdi talking to it. It thought that it had been praised, and that Mo Qingdi was telling it, "The food you gave me is really delicious." So, it ran to fetch a similar red fruit and placed it in Mo Qingdi's palm. "Eat it." It looked at Mo Qingdi with a proud expression. "I know you don't understand." Mo Qingdi took the fruit and looked at Ice Dragon with a serious expression and said, "But I still want to thank you." You are my savior. Recently, Jiang Zhulu had been feeling uneasy. To him, this was the darkest period of his life. His father died tragically, the Longtu group that was controlled by the Jiang family was torn apart, and a part of the shares fell into the hands of Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge. When he thought of this, he wanted to scream and go crazy. That is compromise. He comforted himself countless times. Only smart people know how to compromise. Fang Yan had snatched Jiang Shengxin away from him. What kind of evidence did Jiang Shengxin have? He could only infer from some of the unusual details of Jiang Shengxin that she must have something that was harmful to them, but Jiang Zhulu had no way of knowing what it was. The general's order suddenly disappeared without a word of warning. Where did he go? The incident at One Sword Peak was a mystery. Those who knew about it had all disappeared, and no one came to tell him what had happened. His greatest support was the general family. It was the general medallion that the general family had stood up to speak for him. If the general medallion disappeared or he lost his status in the general family, he would have no choice but to hug the thigh of the general line again. He could not get through to Jiang Junling on the phone, so he felt that it was necessary to inform General Hang. Although this kind of behavior might be misunderstood by the general as betrayal, but, if you leave without saying a word, isn't that also a kind of betrayal to your allies? Jiang Zhulu was very angry in his heart. He felt that the business partners he was working with were too unscrupulous. Jiang Zhulu rummaged in the drawer and finally found General Hang's name card in the corner. He dialed the number on the name card and the call was quickly connected. Is this Zhulu? A man's voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Zhulu could tell that it was General Hang's voice that he was familiar with. Jiang Zhulu was touched. He did not expect General Hang to save his number. He smiled and said, Master, it's me, Zhulu. Zhulu, long time no see. I haven't seen you drinking in Yanjing recently. General Hang chuckled. Master, you know that there have been too many things happening recently, Zhulu. I know what happened to your father. You have to restrain your grief and take care of your health. You are the only pillar of the Jiang family now, so you must not fall. Also, I know a little about the Longtu group. You don't have to worry about it. You're still young, and you'll soon be able to build a bigger family business for yourself. I believe that you have the ability, and I also believe that you have the foresight. General Hang said that he believed that he had foresight, but what foresight? Jiang Zhulu understood the meaning behind General Hang's words and said sincerely, Master, please take care of me in the future. General Hang was very satisfied with Jiang Zhulu's attitude and said, Zhulu, you are too kind. I am just an idle person in the family, so I don't usually care about these things. However, you are Shengxin's husband and my brother-in-law. We are a family. Your matters are my matters. Thank you, Master. Jiang Zhulu's heart was finally at ease. The general had left, and the general had replaced him. Finally, he had found another thick thigh to cling to. However, what exactly happened to Jiang Junling? Master, did the military order come back to Yanjing? He didn't even inform us when he left. Jiang Zhulu had to ask this question. No matter what, he used to be a close friend of Jiang Junling's. If you turned a blind eye to your previous master just because you clung to General Hang's thigh, how would General Hang view you? Moreover, he asked this question after he had General Hang's backing. This showed that he valued his relationship with General Hang more. As for asking about Jiang Junling's whereabouts, that was merely out of courtesy. With General Hang's intelligence, he would definitely understand the deeper meaning behind his actions. General Hang's voice was slightly heavy as he said, the military order disappeared in Huaqing a few days ago, and everyone in the family is looking for him, but he sent someone back to report that he is fine and just wants to leave for a while to relax. Then, I will have to trouble you in the future. Jiang Zhulu congratulated him vaguely. With Jiang Junling's disappearance, the general family had to push out a new person, and that person was naturally General Hang. Jiang Zhulu had been suppressed for so many years by the words one should have a son like Jiang Junling. As the eldest brother, He must be feeling very indignant, right? Let's work hard together. General Hang smiled and said, a fence needs 3 stakes, and a good man needs 3 helpers. I am not as talented as the military order, so I need the support of my friends. Zhulu will follow your lead from now on, young master. Jiang Zhulu promised. You're treating me like an outsider. General Hang's smile became even more carefree. By the way, if there's a military order to contact you, please let me know in time. No one in the family knows where he is, and he disappeared without even handing over the business he was in charge of. The family is in a mess. The old man is very displeased with his behavior of disappearing without notifying him. I know what to do. Jiang Zhulu said. After obtaining his loyalty, General Hang gave him some very important information. Jiang Junling had indeed disappeared. Not only did he not notify him, he didn't even say hello to anyone in the general family. Moreover, he didn't have the time to hand over all the work he was in charge of, and because of his departure, there was a gap in management. Most importantly, the old man was very displeased with his behavior of disappearing without notifying him. Does this mean that General Hang has already replaced Jiang Junling's position in the general family? Jiang Zhulu secretly rejoiced that he had made the call in time. If he waited for the general's command to come knocking on his door, then he would lose a precious initiative. Where did the general's order go? Jiang Zhulu couldn't help but think of Fang Yan. Could it be that Jiang Junling had been gotten rid of by Fang Yan? Jiang Zhulyo's worries rippled in his heart as he thought of that delicate-looking young man. He was really a scourge. Ring, the phone on the table rang. Jiang Zhulu saw that it was a call from the secretary outside and asked, Lily, what's the matter? Chairman Jiang, Miss Jiang wants to see you, the secretary's voice sounded. Miss Jiang. Jiang Zhulu thought for a while and asked, Jiang Shangxin. It's me. This time, it wasn't Lily's voice, but Jiang Shangxin's. Jiang Zhulyo's face turned gloomy. The one who came did not come with good intentions. Jiang Shangxin had been taken away by Fang Yan at the airport, but this time, she took the initiative to look for him. Jiang Zhulu would not believe that she didn't have any ulterior motives. Jiang Shangxin, you really know how to make people sad. Chapter 607. Jiang Shangxin pushed the door open and entered, just like how she had visited Jiang Zhulu countless times in the past. The difference was that Jiang Zhulu did not stand up to welcome her this time. Jiang Zhulu sat behind his desk and stared coldly at Jiang Shangxin, who was walking in gracefully. With a face full of mockery, he said, Isn't this my wife? It's been a long time. It's strange that it's so difficult to see my wife. Jiang Shangxin did not respond to Jiang Zhulyo's question. She walked straight to the sofa area in the office and sat down. Then, she pressed the service bell. The secretary, Lily, pushed the door open and asked, Chairman Jiang, what can I do for you? Jiang Zhulu waved his hands and gestured for Lily to leave. Jiang Shangxin said, Bring me a cup of coffee. You know my taste. Okay, Miss Jiang. The secretary knew that there was a conflict between the chairman and Jiang Shangxin, but she did not know the extent of it. In her opinion, wasn't it normal for a married couple to quarrel? As for the chairman's wife's request, she naturally had to do her best to satisfy it. The secretary left and quickly brought in a cup of freshly ground Americano black coffee with a spoonful of milk and half a spoonful of sugar. This was Jiang Shangxin's usual taste. Jiang Shangxin took the black coffee and took a deep breath. She smiled and said, Thank you, Lily. You know me better than a man, Miss Jiang, you are too polite. Lily could tell that there was something wrong with his tone. She looked at Jiang Zhulu with an aggrieved expression and left hurriedly. Jiang Zhulu leaned against the back of the chair and looked at Jiang Shangxin, who was sitting a distance away, enjoying the coffee. He said, You left in a hurry the last time, but you came back openly this time. I was still waiting for the news that you were safe after landing in Paris. In the end, you ran away with another man. I don't know where you went. What do you want to say this time? Lay all your cards on the table. Prepare to divorce me. Jiang Shangxin took a small sip of her coffee and said, I ran away in a hurry the other time because there was a mad dog chasing after me. It was still bearable to let him bite my finger, but if I were to get bitten on my throat, I might not be able to keep my life. How could I not run away? Jiang Zhulu laughed heartily. He stood up and walked toward the resting area where Jiang Shangxin was. He looked into her eyes and said, a mad dog is still a mad dog. Aren't you afraid of getting your throat bitten off by a mad dog? That would depend on whether a mad dog is willing to eat it. Why? Jiang Zhulu stared at Jiang Shangxin's slender neck and said, did you smear poison on your neck? If there really is one, Mad Dog wouldn't mind trying. As Jiang Zhulu spoke, he had already sat down beside Jiang Shangxin and reached out to stroke her neck. Jiang Shangxin avoided his lecherous hands and said, it's because I have the dog-beating stick. If a dog dares to bare its teeth at me, I'll hit it with a stick. Jiang Zhulu stopped what he was doing and stared at Jiang Shangxin with a burning gaze. Is that so? I'm really curious, what kind of dog-beating stick is it? Take a guess. Jiang Zhulu sat up straight and crossed his arms in a businesslike manner. He said, Jiang Shangxin, since you're here today, you're naturally not here to reminisce about old times with me. Tell me, what is your purpose for coming here? Are you scared? Are you anxious? Jiang Shangxin looked at Jiang Zhulu and said, actually, it's nothing much, I'm just here to humiliate you. Jiang Zhulu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed heartily. He looked at Jiang Shangxin and said, this way of speaking is very familiar, it sounds like someone, let me think, who is it? Are you talking about Fang Yan? Yes, Fang Yan. Jiang Zhulu smiled and nodded, saying, his way of speaking is always so simple and direct. He doesn't hide anything and goes straight to the point, ruthlessly stabbing a person in the chest. No matter how much time has passed, every time I think about it, my heart will ache faintly. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for only a few days, you would learn some of his essence. That proves that I'm quite talented. Jiang Shangxin smiled and said. Jiang Zhulu, you're so smart, you must have known that this day would come, right? What kind of day? Jiang Zhulu wasn't afraid of Jiang Shangxin's threat and said, I work in the president's office on the top floor of a building worth tens of billions of dollars. I can see the entire city from the floor-to-ceiling windows, and there's a beautiful secretary at the door who satisfies all my requests. As long as I need her, she's willing to take off her clothes and kneel in front of me. I can decide the fate of tens of thousands of people with a single sentence, and I can make many people lose sleep at night with a glance. Jiang Shangxin, I knew that this day would come, I just didn't expect it to come so soon. So, you didn't hesitate to kill your own father with your own hands? Jiang Shangxin asked coldly. She didn't treat this man as a human, but as a biting dog, an extremely aggressive beast. Jiang Zhuliu's expression was ferocious and he said, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I really didn't kill my father, it was Fang Yan, your new boyfriend. Don't be fooled by his gentle and refined appearance, he's ruthless and vicious. As your husband, I still have to warn you. Be careful that he doesn't eat you up and kick you away, swallowing you up to the point where not even your bones are left. Thank you for your kindness. Jiang Shangxin said. You really are a dutiful ex-husband. Ex-husband? Jiang Zhulu laughed and said, I really didn't intend to divorce you. Although you have a new man, I love you so much, how can I bear to let you leave me? Shangxin, do you know? You're my most precious asset now. No matter what happens, I want to be with you. Jiang Shangxin stirred the coffee in the cup with a steel spoon. After hearing what Jiang Zhulu said, she giggled and tucked her long hair behind her ear. She said, Jiang Zhulu, did you think that I came here today to lay all my cards on the table and divorce you? Did I want to take away half of your family's wealth? This has nothing to do with money, I just can't imagine how I can survive without you. Jiang Zhulu said such touching words of love, but his gaze toward Jiang Shangxin was filled with hatred and coldness. He knew very well that the wife he had married was not a kind person. In the past, he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he felt that such a wife would have the desire to conquer. However, as the situation developed, he already felt that it was difficult for him to control her. The previous time when he sent her off at the airport, he had bitten one of her fingers. After that, she eloped with Fang Yan, which proved that she was clear about the situation she would face when she went to Paris. Now, she was back to take revenge. If that's what you think, then you're underestimating me. Jiang Shangxin chuckled and said. We are husband and wife. All of your assets belong to us. Although you don't have enough shares in the Longtu Group now, you will have more or less some. If you go to jail and go to the police station, won't all these shares fall into my hands? Divorce? How is that possible? Jiang Zhulu, when you are in danger, I will not leave you no matter what. Jiang Shangxin stared at Jiang Zhulu fiercely, and her voice was filled with endless hatred. She said, I will always be by your side, I will take away everything from you, I will make you have nothing. Why do you want to divorce? Even if you take away half of the assets after the divorce, you will still have the other half. I don't want to wait until you are released from prison to have a lot of money for you to squander. Jiang Zhulu, I hope that you die in prison. Even if you are released, I want you to become a beggar on the streets. You are a good husband, and I have to work hard to be a good wife. Are you satisfied with this? The premise of you saying all this is that I will go to prison. If I don't go to prison, everything will still be in my hands, and you will still not get anything. You can forget about taking away Longtu from me. It is also my duty to send you to prison. Jiang Shangxin said calmly. In that case, you already have evidence in your hands that can throw me into prison? Yes. Jiang Shangxin said. I think it is enough. If you have evidence, you can just hand it over to the police station. Is there a need to tell me all this? Jiang Zhulyo's face turned green and he said, Moreover, I will transfer the assets that belong to me to my relatives. I will let you have everything, your relatives. Transfer to who? Jiang Shangxin's face was full of disdain. She said, if you really treat them as your relatives, then don't harm them. If you give your assets to your mother, do you think they will let her off? Your father's death has already given her a fatal blow. If you give your shares to her, you will be forcing her to a dead end. However, I quite agree with you doing this, because you will realize that not only will you have nothing, but you will also have no relatives in this world. Jiang Shangxin. Jiang Zhulu shouted at Jiang Shangxin. He pressed Shangxin's palm down and said, sit down quietly. I have already said that I am here to humiliate you. The angrier you are, the more I feel satisfied. The more I feel, the better I feel. Jiang Zhulyo's eyes were bloodshot with violence. He stared at Jiang Shangxin with a stern expression and said, you should know that I can make you disappear from this world directly. Tell me, if I push you down from this building and say that you jumped down yourself, do you think others will believe me? Chapter 608. Miss, what do you think this is? Fang Yingying held a dollar coin in his hand and asked with a smile. Sir, please come down from my desk. Lily looked at him coldly as if she was looking at an idiot. Don't be so stingy. I'm your boss's bodyguard, and you're your boss's secretary. They're a couple, we might be able to develop a relationship. But unfortunately, I already have a girl I like. So, we can only be ordinary friends. Fang Yingying sat on Lily's desk and said with a cheeky smile. Lily rolled her eyes and said, Sir, please don't disturb my work. Otherwise, I'll call the security guards to kick you out. Have you considered the mood of your lady boss before you do this? Or do you want to replace your lady boss as the new lady boss? Okay, I'm just joking. Come, watch carefully, I'll show you a magic trick. After you see my magic trick, you won't want to see anyone else perform magic anymore. As Fang Yingying spoke, he suddenly threw the coin in his hand into the sky. Clank, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the coin. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. Fang Yingying's hand that was holding the coin clenched into a fist. Lily's eyes couldn't help but be attracted to Fang Yingying's performance. Come, blow on my fist. Fang Yingying brought his fist in front of Lily. Lily sneered and moved her head away from the fleshy fist. I'll do it myself. Fang Yingxiong leaned over and blew on his fist. Then, he suddenly opened his fist. Dang 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 dang, no. Lily also looked at Fang Yingying's fat palm in surprise. She clearly saw him holding the coin in his hand. How did this man really make the coin disappear? Strange. Where did the coin go? Fang Yingying said with a smile. He reached out to touch Lily's head. In my hair, said Lily. Although she hadn't seen any magic in real life, she had seen countless magic performances on TV, in movies, and at New Year's parties every year. She understood the tricks of those people. They could make pigeons out of hats, eggs out of people's hair, or even stranger things. Fang Yingying rubbed his hand over Lily's head, then opened his palm and said, no. Fang Yingying's hand brushed across Lily's neck, then he opened his palm and said, still nothing. Fang Yingying's hand still wanted to touch Lily's chest, but Lily pushed it away and said, if you keep doing this, I'm going to call security. Don't you want to solve the mystery? Fang Yingying asked with a smile. Boring, Lily said disdainfully. This method of picking up girls was too outdated. Now, it's time to witness a miracle. Fang Yingying pointed at his shoe and said, I didn't catch it just now, so the coin fell on my shoe. You didn't expect that, did you? Lily really wanted to beat this fatso to death. This was the most annoying fatso she'd ever seen. Am I right? After seeing my performance, do you not want to see other people perform magic anymore? Fang Yingying asked with a proud expression. You're right. Lily glared at Fang Yingying and said, I don't want to see magic anymore for the rest of my life. After the hero, there will be no more heroes. Fang Yingying felt lonely at the top. This was a war. Jiang Zhulu knew this very well. This woman was a poisonous snake that wanted to bite people. Right now, she opened her sexy little mouth and was about to spit venom at him. Of course, he couldn't just let himself be captured. Bang! Jiang Zhulu suddenly opened his palm in midair and said aloud, your beautiful body will fall from this tall building and smash into pieces on the hard concrete floor. Someone screamed, and more people ran over to watch. The police will draw a circle with chalk along your body, and your mother will cry her heart out on top of your body. She just lost a family member, and soon, she'll lose another one. I feel very bad in my heart too. After all, you're my wife, the woman I love the most in my life, and I'm so familiar with your body. Jiang Zhulu. Jiang Shangxin gritted her teeth and said. Why? You can't take it anymore. Didn't you say it before? You're here to humiliate me, so you have to be prepared to be humiliated. Jiang Shangxin thought for a while, and her beautiful eyebrows smoothed out again. She smiled and said, the story is very interesting, and then? I'll tell them that we had an intense argument, and I'll also use the video of you being taken away by another man on the plane to tell them that you've cheated. I'll tell them that you forced me to divorce you. I wasn't willing to agree to it, so you threatened to jump off the building. In the end, the heel of my shoe became unstable, and I accidentally fell. Oh yes, Lily can also prove that everything I said is true. This is my territory, and you have to die however I want you to die. Everyone here is my people, and they have to say whatever I want them to say. My reputation will suffer a little, but who the hell cares about their reputation at this point in time? Jiang Zhulio's body slowly moved closer to Jiang Shangxin. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and said, Shangxin, why do you have to do this? 100 years of hard work, and 1,000 years of hard work, we can sleep together. We're a married couple, so why do we have to go this far? We did have some conflicts in the past, but they were all caused by Jiang Junling. You know that second young master is a little extreme, and he will definitely get what he wants. No one can resist him. But it won't happen in the future, because he suddenly disappeared, as if he had never been to Huacheng. Let's just treat the past as an unpleasant dream, okay? I just spoke to young Master Juanqing on the phone, and he hopes that I can give him some support. Young Master Juanqing has a gentler personality, and I believe that he will treat us well and support us. The Jiang family will rise again, and Longtu will prosper once again. Shangxin, you will still be respected by the world and envied by all women. Let's start over, okay? Shangxin giggled so hard that the coffee in the coffee cup splashed out. Shangxin giggled so hard that her entire body trembled. She placed the coffee cup on the coffee table in front of her, smiled, and said, Jiang Zhulu, I have to say that you are indeed a talent. A shameless person is invincible. Jiang Junling just left, and you're already cozying up to young Master Juanqing? How much do you want to make life difficult for the Jiang family? Jiang Zhulu chuckled and said, I can't help it, the Jiang family has the thickest thighs. If I send you to prison, it will be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the Jiang family. Jiang Shangxin smiled and said, although I don't like the Jiang family. I don't like the Jiang family either. Jiang Zhulu reached out to hold Jiang Shangxin's hand and said, so, why don't we replace them with the Jiang family? Jiang Zhulu, how dare you say something like this? A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Everyone knows this, so why can't we say it out loud? Jiang Zhulu smiled and said. Jiang Shangxin dodged Jiang Zhulio's evil claws and slapped him on the face. Smack! Don't touch me, I feel disgusted when I see a man like you. Jiang Zhulu ignored the purplish-red bruise on his face and grinned. Didn't you specially rush over to see a disgusting man like me? No, I wanted to witness something. What is it? Witness you being arrested by the police. Jiang Zhulu stared at Jiang Shangxin with a sharp gaze and said, did you bring the police here? Of course. Clang! The electronic door to the office was pushed open, and Fang Yingying walked in with a group of men in police uniforms. The secretary, Lily, followed behind them in a panic and explained to Jiang Zhulu anxiously, Boss, they stole my access card. When Fang Yingying was performing magic for Lily, he had already taken the electronic card from her chest, which allowed her to enter Jiang Zhulio's office freely. It was also because of Fang Yingying's help that these police officers were able to stand at the entrance of Jiang Zhulio's office without any obstruction. Jiang Zhulu waved his hand and said, it's okay. Jiang Zhulu stared at the police officers who were walking toward him and asked, may I know what crime I have committed that requires all of you to come and arrest me? The middle-aged police officer who was leading the team showed his identification to Jiang Zhulu and said in a deep voice, I am Chen Aiyang, the team leader of the crime squad. We suspect that you are involved in an intentional murder case. Please follow us back for investigation. While Chen Aiyang was speaking, the other policemen had already cleverly surrounded Jiang Zhulu. After all, the person they were facing was a murderer. This kind of person was extremely dangerous, and no one knew what kind of crazy things he would do. I want to see my lawyer, Jiang Zhulu said. He said to the secretary, Lily, call lawyer Zhang. No. Get the entire legal team of the company here. Just as Lily was about to make the call, Jiang Shangxin got up from the sofa, looked at Lily, and said, Jiang Zhulu has been arrested, and I am in charge of all the matters of the Longtu group now. Oh, I am also in charge of Jiang Zhulio's personal matters. Lily looked at Jiang Zhulu with a troubled expression and hesitated if she should make the call immediately. Jiang Zhulu had been arrested by the police, and Jiang Shangxin had become the new controller of the Longtu group. If she still listened to Jiang Zhulio's orders, how would Jiang Shangxin deal with her? Lily, Jiang Zhulu looked at Lily calmly and said, I will be fine, and I will be back very soon. Call lawyer Zhang. Jiang Shangxin walked to the police officers and said, Comrade police, he is my husband, and he is a scumbag, take him away. I will find him the best lawyer. Chen Aiyang waved his hand and shouted, take him away. Chapter 609. Jiang Shangxin was indeed not here to divorce Jiang Zhulu. It would be too easy for him to do so now. As his wife, Jiang Shangxin had a lot of power to make decisions when Jiang Zhulu was a suspect. For example, she could ask the police to take Jiang Zhulu away, decide when to let the company's lawyer intervene, and even decide whether the lawyer would plead for Jiang Zhulu's innocence or guilt. Obviously, Jiang Zhulu realized that he was in a very dangerous situation. Jiang Shangxin, you be *tch, Jiang Zhulu scolded. You're setting me up. I did not do anything, I was framed. Jiang Shangxin looked at the team leader of the crime squad, Chen Aiyang, and said, from now on, can everything he says be used as evidence in court? Logically speaking, yes. Chen Aiyang nodded. I won't do that. Jiang Shangxin said, because he is my husband. I love him. Chen Aiyang chuckled and said, Miss Jiang is the victim. If you are not willing to pursue his responsibility, then we can pretend that nothing happened. Thank you for your understanding. Jiang Shangxin said gratefully. Then I will have to trouble you. Help me take good care of my husband, and don't torture him. He has never suffered in his life. You are too polite. We will take good care of him. Chen Aiyang waved his hand and Jiang Zhulu was taken away by a group of police officers. Jiang Shangxin, you be *tch, you will regret it if you dare to plot against me. Lily, call lawyer Zhang, Jiang Zhulu shouted at the top of his lungs, but his voice was getting further and further away. When the office door was closed again, his voice had completely disappeared. Jiang Shangxin was not only here to witness the moment when Jiang Zhulu was taken away by the police. She also wanted to take control of the Longtu group after Jiang Zhulu was taken away, so that there would not be any internal chaos in the Longtu group. This would give people with ulterior motives an opportunity to take advantage of. Only Jiang Shangxin, Fang Yingying, and Lily were left in the office. Just as Lily was about to leave, Jiang Shangxin shouted, Lily. Lily shuddered, turned around, and asked Jiang Shangxin, Miss Jiang, do you have any other instructions? He sat Shangxin down on Jiang Zhulu's swivel chair and leaned back slightly. Looking up at Lily, who was sitting cautiously in front of him, he said, let's have a chat. Lily became even more nervous and said, Miss Jiang, what do you want to talk about? I don't know anything. I'm just Mr. Jiang's secretary. I don't know what he did. Lily, do you remember what I said just now? You understand me better than any man, so I'm happy to let you continue to be the secretary of the chairman. Lily looked at Jiang Shangxin in shock and asked, Miss Jiang, is this true? Yes. That's what I think, Jiang Shangxin said. However, there's still a small barrier in my heart. I feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Zhulu is my man, my husband. It's natural for me to have sex with my man, and you've also had sex with my man, Sister Jiang Shang. Lily's beautiful face lost all color and said, do you want to say that you didn't? I'm not, you didn't do it willingly. Miss Jiang, I'm wrong, Lily was at a loss for words. Being able to become Jiang Zhulu's secretary, she was naturally the best choice in terms of capability. However, when facing an opponent like Jiang Shangxin, she was obviously not as capable as she wished. Jiang Shangxin waved her hand and said, what's done is done. Since it has already happened, we can only face it bravely. Who asked us women to be born in a weaker position? The cracks have already appeared, and I'm willing to do some things to make up for it. In that case, what kind of effort are you willing to put in? Lily clenched her teeth. After hesitating for a while, she said, I have a name list here. It's a list of the higher-ups in Longtu Group who are usually close to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Shangxin nodded her head in satisfaction and said, Lily, go and pour me another cup of coffee. The workload today is a little heavy. Yes, Miss Jiang. Lily replied and walked out quickly to execute Jiang Shangxin's orders. From this moment onwards, she had changed her identity to become Jiang Shangxin's female secretary. Jiang Shangxin then shifted her gaze to Fang Yingying's face and said, Hero, Fang Yingying was shocked and said, Miss Jiang, I have never slept with your husband, I don't like men. Furthermore, I already have a woman I like. She's a beautiful police officer. I'm currently launching a fierce attack on her, Fang Yingying explained with a serious look on his face. You must believe me on this. Jiang Shangxin sighed helplessly and said, Are all men with the surname Fang so cheap? Not really. Fang Yingying shook his head and said, Some men who don't have the surname Fang are also very cheap. Jiang Shangxin took the cup of coffee that Lily brought over and drank it to moisten her throat. Only then was she able to continue the conversation with Fang Yingying. She said, I really have to thank you for today. I only used a brilliant magic trick to confuse the secretary and found the special elevator card and Jiang Zhuliu's office card from her. Actually, I wasn't of much help, Fang Yingying said humbly. I still have to thank you. Jiang Shangxin stood up. She was very clear about the relationship between Fang Yingying and Fang Yan. She really couldn't put on the airs of a superior when dealing with this person. Can you give me some personal space? I want to make a few phone calls. You want me to go out first, right? Just tell me directly. Fang Yingying said, I'm a very smart person. I'll understand once you say it. After Fang Yingying walked out, Jiang Shangxin took out her cell phone from her bag and dialed a familiar number. The call was picked up very quickly. Jiang Shangxin said in a sweet voice, The matter has been settled. Jiang Zhulu has been taken away by Officer Chen from the crime squad. What instructions do you have? Take control of Longtu. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Longtu Group is so big and complicated. I'm afraid I can't do it. Jiang Shangxin said timidly. A man's teasing laughter came from the other end of the line. He said, Are you sure you can't do it? If you really think that you're not capable, then I'll get someone else to do it. I believe that Chaoga can do it well. You're so annoying. Jiang Shangxin said coquettishly, I'm just saying. Can't you encourage me? With the shares in my hands and the shares that you can control now, we have enough power to speak in Longtu Group. What's left is to kick out the other unimportant people. Can you do it? I'll work hard. Jiang Shangxin said. Not work hard. You must do it. The man's voice became stern. He said, I know it's difficult. You have to face the Lan family and the Jiang family. You can only choose between the Jiang family and me. If you can't do it, I'll choose someone who can. Yes. I'll definitely do it. Jiang Shangxin clenched her teeth and said. I believe you. The man's voice became gentle again. It's not too late to quit now. I don't like to force others. I don't like to put others in a dilemma. That kind of feeling, it's really not good. I can't quit. Jiang Shangxin said, because I know that this is my best chance. Good luck. The man said. When are you coming back? When can I see you? Everything depends on fate. The man said. The call had been hung up. She could only hear the busy tone. Jiang Shangxin held her phone in a daze. She thought that the most important thing for her now was to control the overall situation. She pressed the phone and said, Lily, ask Lawyer Zhang to come and see me. Everything depends on fate. Tian Jizi was busy cutting the dried herbs into small neat pieces. He answered without turning his head. What kind of person is fated destiny? Fang Yan said impatiently, Where does he live? I'll go and ask him when he's going to give me the Tai Chi painting. It's not the right time yet. Tian Jizi said. Am I the dragon soul guardian that you've chosen? Yes. Tian Jizi replied. One of them. You said that you'll give me the Tai Chi painting as long as I achieve the Heart of Three Treasures. Fang Yan said. I said that you'll have the chance to become my disciple when you achieve the Heart of Three Treasures. Tian Jizi said. Aren't you guys lying? Fang Yan said angrily, It's like you tricked someone to spend 1 million on a lottery ticket, but the first prize is a bicycle. Tianjizi waved the medicine knife in his hand and slashed at Fang Yan's head. He shouted, "Who are you calling a bicycle?" Fang Yan cleverly dodged the attack and said, "Old man, don't be angry. I just want to reason with you. You've kept me in suspense, but you're not willing to take it out for me to see. I still don't know if there's such a thing as the Tai Chi painting." "The Tai Chi painting isn't with me," Tianjizi said. Fang Yan opened his eyes wide and asked, "Where is it?" "Where it should be. Do you know what I don't like the most about you quacks? You're always rambling on and on. Things that can be explained in a single sentence, but you're making it so confusing. Where exactly is it?" Tianjizi put down the hatchet and took the towel from Fang Yan to wipe his hands. Then, he took the teacup from Fang Yan and took a sip of tea. Then, he said, "Are you really ready to accept the Tai Chi painting and take on the responsibility of protecting the dragon's soul?" "I'm not ready yet," Fang Yan said. "I just want to check the goods first. To see what the Tai Chi painting is." Chapter 610. Fang Yan was not despicable. He felt that he was just too smart. Here was a very simple example. If there was an item priced at 1 million, as long as you brought 1 million, you might be able to own this item. In that case, wouldn't you first have to look at the magic of this item before you would have the motivation to desperately earn that 1 million? Another simpler example, if there was a girl, you had to treat her well for the rest of your life. Then, you had to know and understand this girl first before you were willing to entrust your life to her. First a blind date, then a marriage. That was the right thing to do. How could there be people who didn't even see a girl's face or touch her hand, yet they wanted someone to take responsibility first? What kind of behavior was that? That was an arranged marriage in a feudal society. That was an immoral act of restricting personal freedom. First let me see what the Tai Chi diagram looks like and what's so magical about it. Only then will I be willing to fulfill the responsibility of protecting the dragon's soul. Although I still don't know what the dragon's soul is and why we need to protect it. As Fang Yan spoke, he stared unblinkingly at Tianjizi's body. As soon as he felt something was wrong, he would turn around and run for his life. If you just throw me a black and white Tai Chi diagram that can be bought for 10 yuan on the street and then say that the responsibility of protecting the dragon's soul will be handed over to me, what's the difference between you and those swindlers who sell martial arts manuals on the street and throw a copy of The Buddha's Palm to those swindlers who say that the responsibility of protecting the peace of the universe will be handed over to them? Master, times have changed. There are fewer swindlers. We have to find a way to improve the professional level of swindlers. If not, why don't you go back to the headquarters and study? This time, Tianjizi was not angry. Holding the teacup, he carefully tasted the exquisite ambergris and said, "Speaking of which, it makes sense. Then you mean that I can look at the Tai Chi diagram first?" "No," Tianjizi said. "Although what you said is very reasonable. But the Tai Chi diagram has been passed down for thousands of years, and there has never been a candidate as difficult as you. Everyone who is selected will regard it as their greatest honor. They will try their best to complete the test and become the final winner of the Tai Chi diagram. This rule has never changed, and it will not change for anyone in the future. You know it's a bad habit, but you still insist on it." Fang Yan said helplessly. "There's no right or wrong. It's just a matter of personal choice. If you think it's worth it, then give it your all. If you think it's not worth it, then don't look at it." Tianjizi said, "If anyone could go there and take a look, what mystery would there be in the Tai Chi diagram? When I get my hands on this Tai Chi painting, I'll make 1,000 copies of it. I'll give a copy to whoever has a good relationship with me. I'll also give a copy to whoever says I'm handsome." Tianjizi laughed out loud and said, "The premise is that you can obtain the Tai Chi diagram." The divine Jizi looked at Fang Yan and said, "After this period of recuperation, your body has more or less recovered. As long as you don't use too much strength, there won't be too much danger. But you still haven't left the mountain. Why is that? Fang Yan looked at the setting sun on the top of the mountain in the distance and said softly, what is righteousness? What is evil? What is love? What was hatred? A person's life is 100 years long. Is it the ambition in our hearts that we pursue? Or is it the worldly view? If God has eyes, then he should open his eyes and take a good look at the world, to see that there are so many despicable, shameless, and ruthless bad people in the world, and there are also good people like me who are pure, kind, and hold on to our ideals. The bad people should be sent to hell, and the good people should be allowed to enjoy the happiness of the world, speak like a normal person. The divine Jizi had to stop this guy from expressing himself and praising himself. It was said that everyone had a face, but he had never seen Fang Yan go out with a face. He didn't know where he usually hid his face. I'm just thinking that everyone's time is very precious. You should give me the Tai Chi diagram as soon as possible to save time. You've been looking for it for so many years. Is there anyone more suitable than me? Anyway, it will be mine sooner or later, so it's better to give it to me as soon as possible. Fang Yan said it so confidently that no one could refute him at all. Although I don't know what the Tai Chi diagram is, I know that this Tai Chi diagram must have something to do with our Taoist Tai Chi. You also saw that I was beaten half to death by that old man's song transplanting seedlings. If I had understood the Tai Chi diagram earlier, I could have taken my revenge earlier. The Tai Chi diagram is a great treasure in the world. It doesn't belong to one person, but to everyone in the world. Moreover, the owner of the Tai Chi diagram must not be selfish and must not seek personal revenge. Fang Yan sneered and said, bullshit, don't be selfish, don't seek personal revenge. Everyone has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Who doesn't have selfishness? Who doesn't seek personal revenge? I have a big grudge with that scum Jiang Junling, and I will not rest until that old dog Song Zaniang is dead. If you can't be selfish and seek personal revenge, you can give that thing to whoever you want. I don't want it anymore. With that, Fang Yan turned around and left. Immeasurable Lord of Heaven. Tianjizi recited the name, his heart beating fast. The long-eyebrowed monk with a wooden fish in his hand came out of the inner room. Looking at Tianjizi's worried face, he laughed and said, what do you think of this boy? Let's wait and see, Tianjizi said helplessly. He is too evil, not a blessing for the Tai Chi diagram. I think Fang Yan is not bad, the long-eyebrowed monk said with a smile. Tianjizi looked at the long-eyebrowed monk with a bitter smile and said, old monk, why do you have to oppose me? When I thought he was good, you thought he was not good, and said, let's wait and see. Now, when I say he is not good, you jump out and say he is good. What on earth are you thinking? Whether it is Buddhism or Taoism, we are all monks. Monks pay attention to the emptiness of the 4 elements, do not get involved in the world, do not get involved in karma. But, can we really do it? We eat firewood and rice, wear clothes of hundreds of families, and live in the best house on Mingchuan Mountain. How can we not get involved in the world? Do not get involved in karma. Believers call us old immortals, but we know that we are not real immortals. If we are not real immortals, if we want to live, we naturally have to get involved in the karma of the world. Whether we believe it in our hearts or not, we must insist on it with our mouths, uphold justice, uphold benevolence, and uphold forgiveness. Because we are monks, our identity has already determined our way of thinking. What Fang Yan said is very reasonable. Who doesn't have selfishness? Who doesn't seek revenge? He lives more thoroughly than we do. So what? Tianjizi asked. Even if we think Fang Yan is not bad, he is still not the most suitable candidate for the Tai Chi diagram. Yes. The long-eyebrowed monk sighed. The Tai Chi diagram is unstable in yin and yang. If it falls into the hands of the righteous, it will be good, but if it falls into the hands of the evil, it will be evil. If it falls into the hands of the murderous, then there is only one word, kill. Sigh, let's wait a little longer, Tianjizi sighed. Tianjizi lived on a mountain, and it was a mountain that Fang Yan was familiar with, Shixia Mountain. The first time Fang Yan and Tianjizi met was in a tea house on Shixia Mountain. That tea house was opened by a Taoist disciple. Therefore, when Fang Yan was rescued by Tianjizi and the long-eyebrowed monk, he was also on the mountain when he opened his eyes. He spent a lot of time on the mountain. One reason was to nurse his body. Since ancient times, medicine and Taoism were inseparable. Tianjizi's prescriptions were not comparable to those of ordinary doctors. Another reason was to obtain the Tai Chi diagram from his master. This time, when he was in danger on the summit of One Sword Peak, Fang Yan once again realized that he was weak. He needed a stronger power to protect himself. While protecting himself, he was also protecting his family. He could not die. He did not want to die. Unfortunately, Tianjizi was still unwilling to give in. Fang Yan did not know what the criteria for the guardian dragon's soul to obtain the Tai Chi diagram were, and Tianjizi and the long-eyebrowed monk had never mentioned it. Moreover, he felt that after the incident at One Sword Peak, he was getting further and further away from the Tai Chi diagram. Previously, Tianjizi and the long-eyebrowed monk had fooled him by saying that as long as he achieved the Heart of Three Treasures, he could get, the opportunity to become Tianjizi's disciple. But now, they were not even willing to mention anything about the Tai Chi diagram in front of Fang Yan. It was just like how Fang Yan had nothing to do with it. Because of what? Was his body filled with evil energy? Was it filled with the desire for revenge? Now that Bai Xiu was dead, Fang Yan felt as though a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. In the past 3 years, the greatest physical and mental pressure on Fang Yan was to avenge his father. As long as he did not avenge his father, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Bai Xiu's accidental exposure this time was a good thing for him. Finally, he thrust his sword, that fatal sword strike. Of course, just as the old enmity was gone, new enmity was born. This time, the target of Fang Yan's revenge was Jiang Junling, and even the entire family of generals behind Jiang Junling. Of course, Fang Yan was not as anxious as before. Because the person Bai Xiu bullied was his father, and he could not tolerate others bullying his father without paying any price. And the person Jiang Junling bullied was himself. Fang Yan was a person who had very low standards for himself. The road down the mountain was long and far, and Fang Yan wanted to find a hotel to rent a car. As he walked along the road down the mountain, a black object suddenly fell in front of Fang Yan. Pa! There was a loud noise, as if something had been broken. If it was a person, they would have fallen half to death. Fang Yan looked at it carefully. It was really a person. Chapter 611. The black object was a person. Its limbs were curled up like a poisonous snake with its tail coiled up. It was a woman. Her body was tied up by a strange method. Although there was no rope on her body could only curl into a ball and couldn't move. Her left hand was holding her right leg, and her right hand was hugging her waist. It looked like an extremely rare and difficult yoga pose. If the body didn't have a certain degree of flexibility, it would have probably twisted a person to death. Although she could not move her body, her eyes were still turning, her gaze filled with malice as she stared viciously at Do Yen standing in front of her. It looked like she could pounce and bite him at any time. Bang! A young man in gray sportswear jumped down from the hillside. He walked to Fang Yan but didn't say anything. He just stared at Fang Yan with his bloodshot brown eyes. Fang Yan grinned and explained with a bit of guilt, something happened at the time. I was surrounded by a group of powerful people. I even called out your name. Unfortunately, you might have run into some trouble at the time. Later, I fainted from exhaustion and was saved. When I woke up, I was worried about your safety, but I didn't know where to find you. It's good to see that you're fine now. The Snake Lord looked at Fang Yan in surprise and said, You don't blame me? Blame you for what? Fang Yan asked in return. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? The Snake Lord stared at Fang Yan with a burning gaze. Fang Yan looked at the Snake Lord seriously and said, when I was about to go down the mountain, I found that you were gone, and the enemies appeared one after another. At the time, I did suspect you. I thought that you were in cahoots with them. You worked together to set up this sure-kill trap in order to kill me. If I died, wouldn't you be able to get the snake's eye in my hands? You are a Snake Lord, so you naturally have your own pride. You don't want to be controlled by others, so you want to regain control of your own fate. This is very normal. Since you suspect me, have you ever thought of crushing my snake eye? The Snake Lord asked. He and Fang Yan had known each other for many years. He was familiar with Fang Yan and even understood Fang Yan. He knew that he wasn't a man who was stuck in a corner, and he wasn't a man who couldn't bear to be ruthless. If someone angered him, he would do something that person would regret for the rest of his life. I've thought about it, Fang Yan answered honestly. After I woke up, I did think about crushing your snake's eye. I even took it out and looked at it a few times. I have to say, your eyes don't look good. Especially your eyes at this time. Seeing Snake Lord's increasingly confused eyes, Fang Yan said with a smile, but what if I've wronged you? What if I'm wrong? You care about my life? The Snake Lord's throat squirmed as he asked in disbelief. I'm not a murderous demon, why would I not care about your life and death? You also know that I've never taken the initiative to hurt anyone since I was young. You're also a living being. If I crush your snake's eye because of my own guesses and delusions, then, what's the difference between me and those murderous demons? The Snake Lord's eyes were moist, and he remained silent for a long time. What kind of F***ed-up society was this? The sister he brought out from the orphanage, the sister he depended on for survival, the sister he didn't hesitate to become a slave for, the only family he had left in this world, the person he had been painstakingly searching for, they finally met, but what awaited them was her betrayal. She poisoned him, using the method she was best at. The only hope in his life turned into despair, and the only lighthouse led him into hell and death. He felt that he would rather die than live. However, contrary to all of this, the person he wanted to kill in the past, the person he made a slave in order to save his sister, the person he wanted to escape from the control of every moment, the person who controlled his life and death, the person who controlled his fate, the person who held the snake eye in his hand, when his life fell to the bottom, the person chose to help him. He cared about his safety, and he gave him his trust. Perhaps to Fang Yan, what he had given him was insignificant and insignificant. But to the Snake Lord, it was like a piece of wood when he was drowning, an oasis in the desert. This was enough to save his life. In life, there would always be some people who were worth sacrificing for. The Snake Lord looked at Fang Yan and said, I came to you because I owe you an explanation. He pointed at the woman in black lying on the ground and said, she's my sister. Oh, Fang Yan didn't even want to look at the woman in black, and kept his eyes on the Snake Lord and said, you threw her in front of me, and I've already understood a lot of things. What I want to tell you is, in life, who wouldn't meet a few cruel and unscrupulous people? You're just a bit more unlucky than others. You only have one person by your side, and she's an idiot, but this is good. After you've confirmed that she's an idiot, you don't have to be nice to her anymore. Be nice to yourself, even if you're an idiot, it's a comfortable idiot. The Snake Lord's nose was a bit sore, but he still stubbornly explained, she went to find me and poisoned me. I wanted to save you, but I lost control of my body. After I escaped, I ran to find you, and saw you being carried by a Taoist priest and walking here. I followed them, guarding the mountain. Fang Yan nodded and said, are you okay? The Snake Lord said, I'm fine. Fang Yan sighed softly and looked at the pitiful man in front of him. He took out an old sheepskin bag from his pocket and threw it to the Snake Lord, saying, this is your snake's eye, I've been prepared to return it to you, your sister has been found. Although the results weren't ideal, she's still alive. So, there's no need for you to stay by my side to protect me anymore. The snake lord took the snake's eye and asked in a muffled voice, "Where do I go? Where do you want to go?" The snake lord thought seriously and said, "I don't know. I used to want to find my sister and bring her back to Xiangxi, but now she doesn't want to go back." "You used to live for her, now live for yourself," Fang Yan said. "Set her free, and set yourself free as well." The snake lord looked at Fang Yan and said, "You're not going to kill her?" "I'm not going to kill her," Fang Yan said. "The person she betrayed is you, and the person she hurt is also you. If I kill her, it will only make you hate me. Why would I do such a stupid thing?" The snake lord thought about it and said, "I want to go with you." "Then set her free," Fang Yan said. The snake lord nodded and said, "Fine." The snake lord crouched down and looked at his sister's hate-filled eyes, saying, "I'll let you go." As he spoke, he pulled out one of his sister's arms. Like a dead knot, once the thread was untied, the other knots would also be solved. The snake lord then took out a medicine bottle from his pocket. He poured out a red pill from the bottle and fed it to his sister. Bang! The woman flipped over and pushed the snake lord to the side with a slap. She stared at Fang Yan fiercely and asked, "Did you kill him? Who are you talking about?" Fang Yan was confused. The snake lord's expression became even more pained, and when he saw Fang Yan looking at him, he turned his face to the side. He didn't want to hear that man's name. Every time he heard it, it was like stabbing a knife into his heart. He didn't know what love was, but he could clearly feel what pain was. He was in so much pain. "Bai Xiu, you killed Bai Xiu, didn't you? You killed Bai Xiu." The woman's eyes turned blood red, and her body made cracking sounds. Every part of her body could move freely. The snake lord looked at her and said, "Go." The woman didn't care about the snake lord's words at all. She didn't even turn around to look at him. She stared at Fang Yan without blinking. Her body was bent, and her head was tilted forward. She looked like she would rush up and fight Fang Yan at any time. The snake lord was like a furious lion, and he roared at his sister, "Go, I said go." The snake lord's shoulders tightened, and her hands turned into claws. As long as she waited for an opportunity, she would rush up and tear Fang Yan to pieces. "You killed Bai Xiu. Why did you kill Bai Xiu? I want to avenge him. I want to kill you." As she spoke, the woman in black suddenly dashed toward Fang Yan. Her body was like a spring, but also like a poisonous snake that wanted to attack its prey. Her body was light and agile, and her steps were strange. Hissing sounds came from her mouth. It was the sound that poisonous snakes would make when they attacked. Clang! The snake lord rushed up from behind and grabbed his sister's shoulder. He punched her in the face, causing her body to crash into the rocks on the side. The snake lord followed closely behind and grabbed the black-clothed woman's throat. He pressed his sister's head and slammed it against the stone wall. Clang! The woman's head slammed against the stone, and a bloody groove appeared on her forehead. Clang! The black-clothed woman's head was once again smashed against the stone, and the bones inside also made a cracking sound. Clang! 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 The snake lord seemed to have gone mad. He kept slamming the woman's head against the stone wall. Pa! He let go of his sister's neck and slammed his head against the stone wall. Clang! 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 Why are you forcing me like this? The snake lord roared with grief and indignation. Why are you forcing me like this? Chapter 6:12. Clang! 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 The snake lord banged his head on the rock again and again. He struck himself until his head bled, he struck himself until his bones rattled, he struck the wall until it cracked, and then there was a rustling of broken sand and stones falling to the ground. He wanted to smash his way out of his pain, to smash through his despair. He wanted to relieve the pain in his head and relieve the pain in his heart. He could endure and cure headaches, but he could not do anything about the heartache. He did not want to hurt his sister and make her hurt him again and again. When she recklessly rushed towards Fang Yan, he had to make a move. He knew that if he waited for Fang Yan to make a move, only death would be waiting for his sister. He knew Fang Yan's strength too well. At that time, he used all his strength, but he was still easily strangled. If he had not taken the initiative to beg for mercy and offered his snake eye, Fang Yan might have broken his neck on the spot. Although his sister was also a snake woman, her strength was far inferior to his. With Fang Yan's current ability, strangling her was no different from killing an ant. The Snake Lord did not see the scene of Fang Yan fighting with others, so he did not know the fact that he was seriously injured. She wanted to avenge that man and kill Fang Yan. In order to protect her, he had to take the initiative to attack her. The Snake Lord felt that he was too wronged and too suffocated. He was like a balloon that was full of air, and a slight touch could cause him to explode with a bang. After he attacked his sister, the Snake Lord felt that death was better than living. He had never treated her like this since he was young. He hoped that he was the one who experienced all this, just that his sister could live well. Fang Yan stood to the side and watched the Snake Lord go crazy, but he did not intend to stop him. He could understand the Snake Lord's feelings at this moment, just as he could understand the Phoenix's feelings at that time. In life, people had to go through countless difficult choices. He chose his sister, but she chose another man. He was a loser, a pitiful person. From now on, he would have no relatives in this world, right? He did not know who to share his joy with, and he did not know who to tell his pain. He was like a transparent person. Kwang, the Snake Lord slammed his head against the stone, and a protruding sharp stone pierced his forehead. Then, blood spurted out of his head. The Snake Lord finally calmed down and felt a little dizzy. Fang Yan took out a large medicine bottle from his pocket and threw it over, saying, "Stop the bleeding." This medicine was stolen from Tian Jizi's pharmacy. It had a miraculous effect on stopping bleeding and removing blood stasis. It was a must-have medicine in Jianghu. Snake Lord took the bottle and poured some gray powder onto his forehead. Then, he returned the bottle to Fang Yan. Feeling better? Fang Yan asked Snake Lord. I feel better now, Snake Lord said. Come back with me if you're comfortable, Fang Yan said. If you don't have a place to eat, eat at my place. If you have no place to stay, stay at my house. If you have no place to go, make my house your own. From now on, we are friends and brothers. If you don't mind. Snake Lord's throat felt like it was winter, but he couldn't say anything. Fang Yan reached his hand out to Snake Lord and smiled. You don't want to? No, Snake Lord shook his head. I don't think I deserve. Fang Yan grinned and said, You're the Snake Lord, the king of snakes. As long as you don't ask me to kowtow to you every morning and night, everything else won't be a problem. Snake Lord opened his mouth and wanted to laugh, but then started crying again. He wiped the tears from his eyes and said, I'll go back with you. We are friends, brothers, Fang Yan said. Friends, Snake Lord struggled to say this word. In his previous life, he had never said this word to anyone. To him, it was something unattainable. Brothers, Fang Yan clenched his withered and skinny hand and said, That's right. Snake Lord wanted to dodge. He wasn't used to being so close to people. His right foot took a step back, but his left foot remained standing. He thought that it was time for him to make some changes. His little sister was right about one thing. He should live in the city, among people. He should have friends, brothers. He should have a different life. Let's go, Fang Yan said. Snake Lord nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but fall to the ground. After being hit by Snake Lord's crazed attacks, the woman in black's head was heavily injured. After the Snake Lord loosened his grip on her neck, her body softly fell to the ground. It was like a lifeless corpse. Her forehead was bruised, blood staining the rocks and weeds on the ground. Let's go, Fang Yan said. She's letting go of you, you should also let go of her. She will have her own new life, and so will you. The Snake Lord nodded and followed Fang Yan down the mountain with large strides. Fang Yan walked quickly, while Snake Lord walked boldly. To them, this was a journey to a new life. After walking for a few kilometers, Fang Yan suddenly realized a serious problem. "You're wrong," Fang Yan said. Snake Lord was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" "We should rent a car down the mountain." In the interrogation room, Jiang Zhulu felt like his skin was about to be roasted by the strong light on his face. He couldn't turn his face away, let alone change his position. He was no longer one of the 4 young masters of Huacheng. He was a suspect who didn't receive any preferential treatment, but was rather taken care of. His lawyer hadn't arrived yet, and he guessed that Shangxin wouldn't send him a lawyer for a while. Furthermore, he didn't want Shangxin to send him a lawyer either. Because those people weren't here to save him, but to give him a good kick when he was falling to hell, their arrival would only speed up his arrival. He wanted to call his mother. The only person he could trust now was his mother. As long as his mother knew that something had happened to him, she would use her grandfather's connections to bail him out, or at least send a trustworthy team of lawyers. However, he couldn't even make a phone call. His reasonable request was rejected because they said that he might leak information to the outside world and destroy the evidence. What a joke! What exactly did he do? Jiang Zhuliu's eyes were drowsy, and he was extremely exhausted after a day and night of torment. "Jiang Zhulu, wake up!" Chen Aiyang held a large cup of coffee and stared at Jiang Zhuliu's every move. Every time he saw that Jiang Zhulu was about to close his eyes, he would suddenly yell angrily. Jiang Zhulu had been pulled back to reality from his slumber countless times. "I know what you want to do." Jiang Zhuliu's eyes were bloodshot, and he sneered at Chen Aiyang. "You want to use the interrogation method of fatigue to force me to submit, and you want me to confess when I can't take it anymore. I know that this method is very effective. But you used the wrong person. I haven't done anything illegal, so I don't have anything to confess to. Also, when my team of lawyers comes, I want to sue you for abuse of force. We didn't abuse of force." Chen Aiyang took a big gulp of coffee and said, "Did we touch a single finger of yours? Did we beat you? We just want to solve the case as soon as possible, and not give the criminals any chance. I know that you, Jiang Zhulu, have a lot of power, and with a single word, countless people will jump out to work for you. But, we won't let the bad guys escape from the law. You said that I killed someone, that I have something to do with Jiang Fengxing's death." Jiang Zhuliu's body was trembling as he spoke. He really didn't have any strength left, and all the energy in his body had been sucked out. If he fell asleep while speaking, it wouldn't be strange at all. "What evidence do you have? Don't you know that Jiang Fengxing is my father-in-law, my wife's father, and my father has mysteriously disappeared, and he might have been killed? I should have called the police long ago, right? Instead of looking for the real murderer, you brought me, the victim. Is there any justice in this world? Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin," Chen Aiyang said. "I don't care what method you use, and I don't care who incited you." Jiang Zhulu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about making me yield." "I'm afraid it's not up to you," Chen Aiyang said. He put down the coffee cup in his hand and said to a young policeman standing behind him, "Bring his accomplice here." "Yes, Captain," the policeman replied and walked out quickly. After a while, a few policemen brought a middle-aged man in shackles into the room. "Jiang Zhulu, look who's here!" Chen Aiyang shouted again. Jiang Zhulu struggled to open his eyes. When he saw the man standing in front of him, he was startled and asked, "Who is he?" "I don't know him, don't try to frame me." Jiang Zhulu, the man in the handcuffs, said with a wretched expression, "Stop struggling. When we went to pick someone up, you sat in the back of my car and almost vomited a few times. You hid it very well, but did you think no one saw it? Also, you killed your father-in-law with your own hands. There were a few witnesses at the scene, and I also have evidence." Chen Aiyang looked at Jiang Zhulu, who had a grim expression, and said, "The evidence in his hands is now in the hands of the police. Jiang Zhulu, accept your fate." Blurg, Jiang Zhulu suddenly started to vomit like crazy, vomiting until his heart and lungs were torn apart. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.